Hello and welcome back. Uh, we we're back with SpellShots. I'm just making sure everything is working. Everything looks good. Perfect. All right. We are on session 2 of SpellShots tonight, and we have two guests with us. Unfortunately, our dear samurai, Andrew J. Alandi, uh, came down with something and was unable to join us. But in his stead, we have not one but two special guests. In uh, and these are unique special guests because these special guests uh, are what we could consider beta testers for this show. Before the show launched, we did about 5 months of testing. I want to say about 5, 6 months of testing to test the world, the the one shot capability, all of the story and plot. So I'm very proud to have these guys along with us. Let's go and have you introduce yourselves and uh, plug where people can find you and what you do and who you are, and introduce your character a little bit. Starting with you, John. John.
Sweet. No, you can say my last name. Hey, everybody. My name is John Proko. You can find me online, probably in a bunch of places. I'm Insomnia John on Instagram. I didn't come with my list of social media. I apologize. Amateur move. On Fridays, I run a lightly streamed game that you can find at Beardo 9000. We are also running a 5e game, and it's been going on for about a year and a half. We're coming up towards the end. So if you want to see what 5e looks like from 12 and a half to about level 15, when they are able to make the really bad decisions, come visit. Tonight, I'll be playing Eb the Astrologist. I'm a perfectly normal human, probably, maybe a little bit, and yeah, you'll find out more.
And a quick extra shout out for you, John. You're the person who got me back into playing D&D, and then
It's my fault.
ultimately, yeah, and then ultimately inspired this whole mission workload that I put on myself. So
Well, I am both
thank you.
sorry and proud of you.
And Paul, introduce yourself and who you're bringing to the table tonight.
Hello, everyone. I'm Paul Greshko. I also don't have a list of social media, but maybe next time. Um, I am bringing Boris, who is a 6'6", 275 hunk of Viking beefcake, and he's a barbarian. So, he likes to smash things. I also play on John's game, and I'm probably one of the reasons why there are so many bad decisions.
Yep.
I also play on John's game, and Paul is actually my rival in that game. So I'm both happy and frustrated to have him here. So thank you for joining us, Paul. I'm excited to have Boris be Boris tonight, and so thank you for hopping in so last minute with us. And yes, we'll teach you all of the different social handles so you can be an internet celebrity. Um, so yes, before we get started with tonight's adventure, uh, let's go back to what happened a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago, our adventurers uh, set off into a cave um, in the kingdom of Doranhammer, a dwarven kingdom. They set off just to go clear out a cave, a very simple mission, a very simple, easy go in and clear it out like an adventurer would do. They found the cave full of undead creatures and traps. Some of those traps found them, some of the traps were found. Uh, but the adventure took an interesting turn when they uh, turned into the cave itself. Yes, Michael, I'll get to that. And then they discovered a saurian crystal, which are these crystals that grow in the earth and fill themselves with mana and used like batteries. But they found a corrupted one that was black and spewing lightning and making all of these undead creatures kind of kill things and bringing them back to life. In the team's infinite wisdom, they decided the best course of action was to destroy that crystal. And when that crystal exploded, they had succeeded, but the explosion left everybody a little tattered. They were knocked out and forced into nightmares, all except for Key, who had to watch his valuable friends fall to the ground. And Mira, who experienced a nightmare of identity. And after that traumatic event, they have returned home and they have been resting and preparing. So we'll have you guys introduce yourselves as well, and where people can find you, but also introduce your character and kind of what they've been up to these last 2 weeks, starting with Mira.
So it's been 2 weeks since the last adventure, or
Yeah, it's probably been about 2 weeks.
and can Key go first?
Yes, Key could go first.
All right. Well, first off, I am Michael Powell, aka Mr. Kapow. You can find me all over the internet on my social medias, which is usually at Mr. Kapow. That's MRKAPAO. And I play your slime boy, Key. Pronouns for Key is they, them. My pronouns, he, they. And I'm gonna say Key, since their encounter with the Saurian, their first encounter with, it's their first encounter with Saurian Crystal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, first encounter with the Saurian Crystal, it kind of sparked an interest in them, and ever since then, they kind of, hoisted themselves in the local book depository or library, or where books are kept in the town, looking
Likely
up,
the Academy Library, yeah.
looking up anything that they could get their slimy little fingers on relating to the crystals.
Got it. And Mira.
Okay, I thought about it a little bit now. My name's Jem. You can catch me almost anywhere as at Jemboree, or also on this channel playing Whisper on Monday nights on Forging Faiths, or hosting Goodberry Cafe, which is my indie TTRPG show. Yeah, Mira, should I describe what Mira looks like too, or just what she's been up to?
Just what she's been up to.
Okay. These past 2 weeks, Mira was feeling pretty good about what happened. Like, we rocked that, but she's still learning how to use her powers in a bit more of an aggressive stance. And so she spent the last 2 weeks really trying to practice using her magic to attack rather than to persuade.
Got it. So a little bit of training on the side, making yourself more prepared for situations like that.
And she's probably also gotten to know one of the bartenders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good old Axel, the Minotaur.
She wants to be friendly and try to get free drinks. So.
That's fair. That's the best reason to make friends with a bartender.
Boris likes her already.
All right. So each of you have been summoned once again to Larry's office. It seems you have another mission. Boris, you were asked for specifically for this mission. Everyone else, you kind of got the similar message on your license that it was time for another job and report to Larry. Boris, where have you been, and where are you coming from as you head to Larry's office?
Well, Boris had a pretty good adventure last week. He's been helping a few friends that are trying to establish a compound, trying to help them establish that, and just generally being being the meat to do all the hard labor.
All right. And you've been working on a particular farm rest stop, correct?
Correct.
You're allowed to talk about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So he's been working on what are we calling it now? It's not Zev Stop anymore.
Junox's Junction.
Junox's Junction. Yeah. So helping his friend Junox, we sort of came up the ranks with. Yeah, just build out the new compound for all the adventurers that don't have the means or wants to stay in the city.
All right. So you're coming from Junox's.
Coming from Junox's, yeah.
Perfect.
Which isn't too far.
Yeah. Eb, what about you? Where are you coming from as you head to?
Nowhere in particular. A couple of little places that I've been to, and hither and there, and fro and yon, or is it yon and fro? Never. It doesn't matter. I've been making maps. I've found some really pretty stars. The further you get away from the cities, really, the nicer and better the sky looks. So I've been sort of out and about. I got on a boat once. They told me to call it a ship, not a boat, but I'm back now, so I'm very excited to be here.
Where did you take that ship to?
I wasn't really paying attention where we went.
Oh, gotcha. And now you're on your way to Larry's office. Is there anything you want to do on your way?
Is it possible to stop by an alchemist sort of shop first? I was a little bereft of healing potions, which I can now afford.
Yes.
Just a quick purchase of 2 of them?
Yep.
And then from there straight to Larry's.
All right. And from your library home that you've sort of made at the academy, you don't have too far to go to get to Larry's. Key, is there anything you want to do before you head to Larry's office?
I got a real quick question. You said that our license kind of informed us that we had a mission, so they're kind of like cell phones too?
They're sort of like pagers. You can receive a message that that is to you, and you can't really respond to it. So think of it like, I know there's some younger people in the chat who don't know what that is, but a pager is...
God damn it.
It is old technology that used to be able to receive a text message, but you could not respond to the text message, is the best way I could describe it.
My back hurts listening to you describe that.
So, this is back when hashtags were pound symbols.
Gotcha.
You mean in the late 1900s?
Yeah.
Well, my second question was, I know that we received a reward from our last mission. Will we have gotten it by now?
You should have. Yeah, I want to say yes.
Okay. We'll hash out how much it was later.
Yeah.
But,
It was 75 golds.
each?
Yes.
Okay.
We didn't.
All right.
Yeah. We didn't like role play getting it, but I just rewatched the episode.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Jim.
Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna say before they went to Larry's, they went to the local armor or tannery. They had put in an order right after their previous mission to pick up a new set of studded leather armor. I'm gonna assume that I have enough gold for that at this point.
I don't know that you do. Let me.
I have 138 plus the 75 that we just got from our last mission.
Studded leather retails for 45. but tough times right now.
True. The recession.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. Well, they really quickly pick up their new set of studded leather armor.
All right,
And
and give me a history check as well before
Gotcha.
we get you completely out of the library.
Gotcha. Roger. Let's see here. Roll. Admit. Let's see here. Ooh, I got a 7.
All right. Unfortunately, you haven't learned too much about saurian crystals outside of the basic knowledge. You know that they were discovered barely 50, 60, maybe 100 years ago. There's no official confirmation when they started going into circulation. They were discovered by a gnome by the name of Theosaurian. And I love that name because it makes John cringe. He discovered them, and since that time, different groups in power have been investing in a lot of different types of technology involving the saurian crystals. It's sparked sort of an industrial revolution to a certain degree. The most notable thing made using a saurian crystal at this point is an airship that is powered by one. But it is currently only available to the very, very wealthy. And it is still a prototype, sort of to be on topic with current news, it's sort of a Titanic of airships. Eb, you have a finger up.
Don't they also power our teleporters?
Yes. Those with keen eyes would notice that they are used in the process of powering the teleporter pads. But in the library, there's no documentation on that, as that technology is specific to adventurers and kind of top secret.
Oops.
No worries. So that's kind of what you get on the saurian crystals. You don't find any record of a black crystal or a corrupted crystal like the one you saw. And you know that they take a specialist to mine, and if they're not mined properly, they can detonate, and people have lost themselves in full explosions.
all right. Well, I'm gonna say that Key goes, ooh, looks at their license, goes, ooh, I'm gonna be late. Key's gonna be late. Oh, better hurry up to Larry's. I hope they're not all there already. And just kind of scurries on there, in their humanoid form at the moment. Got
it. And Mira, the Academy has a training grounds, and they are not unfamiliar with casters. They have ranges and rooms where you can practice and cast your spells. You're there, you're training, working up a sweat, casting magic. When you get this call, this summons, is there anything you want to do as you head to Larry's office?
No, I think I'll head straight there, but I did just have a question. What happened to Turk after our last adventure? Because we were getting along quite well.
Yes. Turk, our little goblin friend with Terrence the imp. Turk, after seeing the crystal, after going through that experience, has become, similar to Key, very enamored with the crystals themselves. Turk has set off to Ranacor and then Islos to do as much research as possible with some of the people who taught Turk. And right at Turk's side is Terrence, much to everybody else's discomfort and Turk's joy. Turk has taken a little bit of a sabbatical, but Turk is still a member of your roster and a member of the Larry's team. And Larry's losers.
No.
And they will probably come back at some point. But right now they are probably a little bit more obsessed than Key with getting their hands on a Saurian crystal. Key.
Yes. I was wondering if Key could be kept in touch with Turk as well for information on the crystal reasons.
Yeah, you could definitely try to reach out after a certain point.
Gotcha.
Basically, as soon as he got back, he hit a teleporter pad and was like, I've got to go ask somebody a question. So they took their money and they headed off into doing research and trying to find their own Saurian crystal. But yeah, you can definitely contact them and see how that is going. We'll have to reach out to Turk off stream, unless Turk is in the chat, to make that happen for you. Mira, sorry. Anything else?
Yeah, no, Mira's just ready to make some more money.
Got it.
Let's go.
All right. So each of you arrive around the same time in front of Larry's door. The door is shut as each of you arrive. Arriving first is Boris, and then Mira, and then Eb, and then scurrying a little late is Key. For the sake of description, we'll go ahead and have everybody describe themselves just quickly as you arrive, starting with Boris.
Boris is very Viking looking. He's 6'6" tall, about 270 pounds, covered in furs and half plate and leather, and a great big sword, two-handed sword on his back. Long hair pulled back in a long ponytail, but shaved on the sides, braids in his beard.
Are Boris's tattoos exposed?
He has a few tattoos exposed on his arms, but most of them are on his chest and back, which is currently under his armor.
All right. And then arriving right after is Mira. Mira, please describe yourself, and if you would like to say hi to Boris or anything, do so.
Yeah. Mira's about 5'5". She is a young elven woman. She's got wavy, dark brown hair, caramel skin. She's got dark brown eyes. She's very curvy. She's very voluptuous. She's wearing a low-cut short-sleeve shirt and black leather skin-tight pants. And she's got a little apron on. And inside the apron, you see a very large hairbrush and a pair of cutting shears. And she'll walk in, she'll see you, but she won't say anything.
Got it. And then arriving right after that will be Eb.
Probably pretty quick on her heels. Eb comes up. I'm late. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Hi. Eb is a slightly over 6 foot tall, fairly good looking young fellow, rail thin, sort of gaunt cheeks with a slight undercut, but otherwise long hair that's pulled up into a really ugly, very untidy man bun. He is carrying an enormous number of maps, a stave that seems to be made of some sort of metal or highly polished steel, and otherwise looks like he is really trying very hard to fit in and doesn't quite manage it somehow.
All right. And then right after that, in humanoid form or in
humanoid
form comes a person that Boris and Eb have not seen before. Please describe Key.
All right. Key, like I said, at the moment is in kind of a vague humanoid form. It's as if a child kind of drew the chalk outline of a person. They're wearing kind of a leather-ish armor and kind of a Dungeoneer's pack. And under their arm right now is a large book. And if you look closely, the title is Crystals and You. Also, if you also look closely at Key, it looks like they're kind of a liquid viscous inside of them, and here and there you kind of see shapes like lockpicks, a dagger, a turkey sandwich, kind of swirl, fade in and then fade out.
And what sort of expression does Key make when Key comes up to the group or says anything?
Key right now has kind of a little worrisome expression, and they kind of burst in a room. He goes, I hope I'm not too late. Don't start without Key. Don't start without Key.
All right.
What are you? You're beautiful.
Don't ask.
Hi. He kind of plunges their hand into their head and pulls out a note and goes, okay, hello, my name is Key, wealth redistribution specialist and procurer of treasure and seeker of adventure. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we get along. If lost, please return to Master Lock in Jurin at 827 South Sandpile Way by the kebab stand. Turn left at the second date tree, and if you see the tea shop, you've gone too far. And kind of a monotone, as if they're kind of a child reading a note from their parent type tone.
Got it.
Excuse me, Key. I think you forget to wipe off water when you bathe. You very wet.
This is just, a little bit of Key. And just kind of plunges the note back in their head.
Wow.
That is interesting trick.
How did you do that?
I don't know.
It's like the gates of your skin are open.
Key I can do a trick. Master Lock always got a kick out of this, and he kind of plunges their fist inside their mouth and then out the back of their head and kind of a muffle, see, I can just, isn't this fun?
That is very disturbing. You are a very disturbing person.
I love it.
Thank you.
He is Key. All right.
He has made 2 new friends.
So, one by one, each of you enters Larry's office. As always, it is a bit of a mess. But you don't find Larry at his desk as you enter. Each of you should be able to see the map. I will wait for cameraman Joe to catch up with us. There we go. Cameraman Joe, feel free to pull your token on. There. And there we go. Feel free to move around the room as you wish. Not in his usual spot. There is an empty desk. And there is, well, not empty. Bird is still there. Bird the parrot is standing there, bouncing up and down eagerly as you approach. And then, for those with high enough perceptions, you can notice that Larry is asleep in the corner, over where his little makeshift bed is. Ebb.
Saying this, I give Bird a little head shake, feed him a cashew, and look directly at Larry. Quick, eat Bird while he's asleep.
He is going to kind of bounce over to Larry and kind of really loud goes, "Mr. Larry, we're here!"
Bird takes the cashew and goes, "Peanut, peanut, peanut." Larry grumbly begins to wake up as he begins to look around, and he goes, "Ugh, what time is it?"
Time for you to get up.
He looks over at Kid. He's like, "Oh, kid, you are a face to see in the morning. Hello. Okay.
How did you call us while you were asleep?
Oh, the summons. Yeah, I did that, and then I was like, I'm just gonna go walk over here for a minute. It's been a long day, lots of paperwork. Sorry.
Doesn't your secretary bring you coffee? I mean, I know she's paid super well.
Well, you see, she's on vacation right now.
Oh.
She's taking a leave of absence.
Okay.
That wouldn't
currently.
be the secretary that quit last time we were in here.
Yes, precious. That'd be her. Leave of absence. Anyways, and he walks over to his desk and he crawls in, rubbing his eyes. You gotta bear with me. Up all night doing paperwork, research.
Sounds horrendous.
I don't recommend it, honestly.
How is your butt, Larry?
How's my butt?
Yes.
My butt is fine. Thank you for asking.
Why?
Good.
Looks up at the bear. Looks back at Larry.
He gets shot in the
I don't.
ass.
Oh,
It's
That's
a
not-
long story.
that's
I don't
not
want to
better.
get into it. My butt is fine. Thank you, Boris. So glad I requested you for this. So
Of course you are. Glad
Good
to
to
be
s-
here, Larry. Hello, dinner, as he looks at Bird.
his name is Bird. You know that. His name
Yes,
is not
Bird
dinner.
is dinner.
No, you can't eat bird. We've been over this.
I feed Bird a pepper.
What kind of pepper?
He kind of whispers
A
over.
ghost pepper.
He kind of whispers to Mira and goes, "At a certain age, Master Locke always told me that you should always get your prostate checked."
Oh, that would make it a long story. Yeah, okay.
Mira will just shake her head.
I would like to leave, but get paid to do so. How do I do that?
I'm with that
Yeah. So there's a job. All right?
Mhm.
Uh,
You're not sending me back to the Black Snow, are you? That was
Not
not a
s-
good time, Larry.
no, not sending you back to the Black Snow. I got enough paperwork.
No, is that
So
like the black crystal?
No, snow. Did you find a black crystal?
Yeah, we did.
What
it was
kind
all
of crystal?
black and it was
Like
like
obsidian?
yeah, it was like kind of, but it was like and then we were like,
okay,
"Ah!"
children. Take your job so I can go back to my nap.
Yes, please.
Yes. So there's a ship going out of Pamud who needs extra hands. It's not the best job. You're basically going to be security for the ship / helping out on the decks. but it pays, and there's not a lot of work this week.
How much is pay?
They are paying 400.
Each? Wow, Larry, you're amazing.
Not each. Not each. 400. And it's a bronze mission, so pretty
It's
good
still
price on a bronze mission. So 100 apiece. You take the ship from Pamud to Denra, you teleport back. Easy. Just life on the open seas. Which is why I asked for you, Boris, because I know you got a bit of sailing experience.
Yes, Boris, good sailor. Also good pirate, but not do that anymore.
That's neither here nor there. I wouldn't go telling everybody that with the bounties that are out right now.
Bounty on Boris?
No. There's a the High King put out a bounty on the Pirate King.
Oh, yes. I know him.
You what?
I would not tell anybody if you know him, because nobody knows who he is or whether he exists or not. But they might take you in for questioning if you say that too loud.
Wait, it's like a 250,000 gold bounty. How do you know him?
Well, I work for him. I not meet him, but I work for him.
He's your
Before,
friend.
not now. Before I come venturer.
Well,
Boy.
Key could certainly lend a hand, and Key kind of morphs into a kind of a hand-like shape. Think meatwad.
Okay, I'm glad I didn't eat today. Listen, this is the mission. You guys have got to travel all the way to Biale, where you're going to get on the ship, and the ship is heading to Denra. You'll be out on the sea for, a couple weeks, but you get paid easy money. Questions, comments, concerns, compliments.
Sounds
What?
good to me.
What they need protection from? Just pirates?
Probably pirates, probably, general ocean creatures. I know they've been a little short-handed. I did some research into them. They currently have been running a little short-staffed, so they're basically hiring adventurers to cover.
So I protect ship, but make extra money if I also sell ship.
That's between you and them, kid.
All right. It's a good job, Larry. Good job.
Mira, you had a question.
Yeah, so I know we're bronze adventurers, but I think I'm a little unclear on what exactly we need to do to move up to a silver adventure, considering we already did a silver mission.
So it's a bit of a process. You got to do like so many missions to build your reputation, and then the board approves whether or not you get promoted. After so many missions and letters of recommendation, blah blah blah, somebody will recommend you for a promotion. Right now we've only got one mission for you, so probably gonna get a few more before I can make a pass to get you approved.
And is it usually about 2 weeks in between missions?
So jobs go up on the board, and then I call in whoever I think is best for the jobs. So it's not always going to be 2 weeks, but maybe about
I prefer
a week
if it
or
was
two.
less. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay! I'd prefer if it was less too. I could use more money as well. Yeah, I'll see what I can do about that.
Thanks.
As this conversation is going on, Key is like every once in a while morphing into like different shapes, as if like responding to like puns. Like, let's see, sounds good to me. Morphs into thumbs up, shorthand.
Got it. Eb. What's
Eb
up?
does not stop staring at Key, but will sort of say off to the side. And what's the name of the ship we're protecting? The captain? Who do we report to?
Oh, you're gonna be reporting to Captain Silver. He's gonna meet you in Palmood. And yeah, so the name of the ship is the Frivolous, and the captain is Captain Silver. He's a tabaxi gentleman with white fur.
What are they transporting?
I don't know.
I
Who do they
hope
work
it's
for?
sardines.
Oh no.
Who do they work for?
So they are an independent company, independent contractors that go between different ports. So right now they're sailing from, I think they're based out of BLA. So they get a lot of work through there. Specifically the west side, because, you know, the history there.
Denra imports some pretty questionable stuff, Larry. Are you getting us involved in something?
As far as I know, it's just regular general goods. Denra's a very large port. That port, probably the most active port in Kaiser. They do trades with every port in the New World and some ports in the Old World.
Yep. Also, a lot of slaves there, Larry.
Yes, Denra is big slave trade capital. True.
No slaves on ship.
As far as I know, no.
What is happening if Boris killed captain because he have slave on ship?
Good question.
We specifically request that you don't kill the client.
Yes, you request, but if slave on ship, Boris kill captain.
Wait. Very, very specifically, who is the client? The captain is the client?
The captain is the client.
Okay.
Captain
So,
Silver is your client.
Boris, we don't have to kill him. You have been requested not to kill him.
Boris looks very confused and like
We'll talk about it at sea. It'll be
understand.
fine. We'll talk about. Trust me, it'll be fine. We'll talk about it at sea. It'll be okay. Larry, I'll try not to let Boris kill anybody he's not supposed to.
I trust you all to be on your best behavior. We need the money.
That's true.
Kill slave or captain, best behavior. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna regret this.
Specially requested, Larry.
Especially requested, Boris. Yes. Boris, I'm sure there will be a big tuna or, like, I don't know, dolphin, something for you to kill out
Don't
at the
kill
ocean.
dolphins? What's the matter with you, Larry?
They're terrible creatures. Any other questions?
Dolphins eat birds sometimes, so they're not so bad.
And if Boris doesn't come back, I won't be heartbroken. Get out of my office.
He's gonna kind of lean into Mira and goes, "You know what's going on?"
Yes, I've picked it up.
Tell Key later, okay?
Okay.
All right. And with that, you each exit Larry's office and begin your trek to the teleporter pad. You will be teleporting to, if you zoom in on the main map, to the top right corner, there is a city called Palmood.
I didn't spell that right.
That's fine. It's PA space MUD. Not to be confused with Palmud, but Palmood is the name of this city. It is the southernmost point in Biale and one of the most trafficked ports in the country. It competes with Juwaren and Kumusta for those titles. A little quick history check for those heading to BLA if you would like, because I know some of you, this is your first time.
Would he get advantage on this since they're from BLA?
You would not exactly, because you're from Juaren, which is on the west side, which is sort of a different country. You're as far away from Pamud as you could possibly be.
I think I'm
Oh
looking at
man,
wrong
the
place
dice are
then.
loving us.
Get him out of the way now.
Oh!
Yeah,
Oh,
go key.
The hero is key. So let's go through these rolls. We've got an 8 from Eb, a 7 from Mira, and a natural 1 from Boris, who is not a history major in any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, so we'll everybody else, you got like a general knowledge, it's a big port. You don't really know what to expect. You haven't really been to BLA. You know that the people there are a little different. You know that your friend is from BLA. Kadir came from there. And that's kind of about all you know. Key, you do know that BLA is a country that has kind of been torn a little bit into a civil war. BLA is separated into 2 sides. There is the west side of the continent and the east side of the continent, ruled by 2 different powers, but it is all still one country. And the civil war has kind of gone on for centuries, and to the point that they don't even call it a civil war. It's just been a long-running internal conflict. You have been fortunate to not really be a part of that conflict because Juaren kind of keeps to itself. But you have heard stories and tales of people going there, with Pamud specifically, because you rolled a 21 on your history check. I'm going to give you some extra stuff. You know that the native people there, and the native people to most of BLA are the Harrigan and the Grung. So for those who don't know D&D lore, that is rabbit people and frog people. Pamud is a big place for the Grung people, and they manage a very tight-kept port, and the port is very, very famous for their exotic exports. A lot of weapons and a lot of unique items come out of BLA because BLA makes things unlike most of the New World. They have a unique style to their artistry, a unique style to their fashion, a unique style to their weaponry, kind of a unique style in general.
What's their food specialty?
Rice.
To answer Eb's question, BLA is part of the New World, technically.
Okay.
And their food specialty, they do a lot of rice, noodles, meats, soups, a lot of fishing, a lot of fish. There's water everywhere, so they've got an abundance of fishing, and a lot of fishing trade happens there. I would say that, yeah, and fruits, vegetables, a lot of peaches, I would say, is one of their specialties. They're one of the few places that has the climate for growing peaches and strawberries. In fact, there are huge peach orchards in the north of BLA, where there are temples to a goddess that is worshipped as a peach and farming goddess.
Right. Well, Key's going to shorthand inform the party about the location and goes, yeah, and and they had really great squid and peach pies.
Squid
Lovely.
and peach, or
Yeah,
squid and peach?
They put squid and peach, mix it up with some of the squid ink, and then bake it into a delicious pie.
Do you actually taste the food that you eat?
Oh, the textures taste great.
Boris like pie.
There's just so many questions that I don't think I want answers to.
Definitely try the peach and squid pie then.
Does anybody want to do anything else as they head through the bar to the back room where the teleporter pad is?
I would like to buy a pony keg of Boris's favorite beverage.
All right.
Key would like to purchase some caltrops and ball bearings.
Okay.
On a ship?
Yes.
Boris wants to buy some mint.
Oh, yes.
Axel sees you guys coming and he just prepares the mint jar.
He knows.
And he goes, Mira, these guys with you?
I guess for this mission. Why? Anything I need to know?
Don't stand next to the big one on the teleporter pad. Here's
Like
some
Kadir?
mint. Oh yeah, like Kadir. How's he doing?
I think he's a bit under the weather. I don't know. He hasn't called on this mission with us, so I guess we'll see.
We'll be sure to bring him back some peach and squid pie.
Do not do that to anybody. That doesn't sound like a real thing. It sounds terrible. Where are you guys headed today?
LA?
Oh, nice. And
Is-
hey, they've
is
got
it-
great sake there.
What's sake?
It's like a wine made of rice. It's alright.
Huh.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, Kadir told us all about it last time.
Rich people in Kaiser drink it all the time. They like to heat it up and pretend they're fancy.
Ooh, fancy.
Wouldn't that make it taste like turpentine? Never mind. Can I get a barrel of booze for Boris?
A barrel of booze for Boris. Oh. What do you want, Boris?
You buy Boris?
Uh-huh.
Whole barrel?
Yeah. I mean little barrel. Little barrel.
Little barrel.
Mini keg.
Ah,
Yeah.
Yes. I have some meat.
You want the stuff from the islands?
Yes, you have island meat.
I do.
Oh yes.
It's one of the few meats we carry, actually.
Oh, that's a very good meat. Yes.
Got it. We got the blueberry honey, pretty good, and then we got this mango one.
You have
Which one?
just plain honey.
Yeah.
Yes, plain honey. Yes.
That's good. The other stuff sounds kind of like a lost cause. I'd be really interested to try some of this, Boris. How much for the mini cake?
You're friends with Mira. That'll be call it 3 gold.
I'd pass him 4.
Yes, thank you, Eb. Very kind of you.
Mira, you want
Whoa.
the usual, sweetie?
Nice call.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Do you want another one of those sun drinks that you have?
You know, actually, that mango mead you said, I think that sounds pretty good. I think I want to try something different today.
Hey, perfect. And he pours you an extra tall glass of it.
Thank you, Axel.
You're welcome, sweetie. You person Key.
Oh,
Anything?
oh, I know. Can Key try chocolate yak milk with vinegar?
No.
Oh.
I know you come from Shibu's bar and he just makes whatever. We don't do that here.
You said not to stand next to the big one, and then looks very accusingly at Key. Are you sure that's what you meant?
Yeah.
Just don't let this one feed you. I've had Master Shibu's cooking. You want a sandwich, Key?
Okay.
Okay. He goes and gets you a regular mutton sandwich. It's mutton, lettuce, and tomato, where the tomato is just right.
Nice.
The mutton lean, nice and lean.
Yeah, exactly. This is Max's favorite. Here you go.
All right. And Key's going from there, takes out a kind of a what looks like the old turnip from their last adventure and sticks it in there and just puts it in their face. Doesn't even eat it, just like literally inserts it into their face.
You stole that turnip 2 weeks ago from a farm underground.
Yes.
Okay.
I said what I said.
You said what you said. Give me a quick constitution check.
Eb leans over to Jem. Is he always like this? They always like this?
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, since he is
Okay.
ooze type person, not a humanoid, can I get advantage on this?
Was it like in your body?
Yeah.
Is it like pickled? Like preserved?
I will give you advantage only not because you're a plasmoid, but you've been eating weird stuff your whole life. But the issue is this is a 2-week-old turnip.
Well, I got a 15.
And
You
turnips
feel a
last
little-
a long while.
You feel a little bubbly, but you're okay.
Ooh, bubbly.
Let's see how you do on the teleporter pad. So with that, you each eat and drink, and then you head into the teleporter room. Each of you has been in this room before at this point. There are busy lines, and then there is a young gentleman, a young dwarf gentleman who is waving you over, and he goes, "Oh, how can I help you now?"
Pass.
"Oh, thank you." And he puts it against his pad. It glows for a second, and he goes, "Oh, headed to BLA. You know, I wanted to go on a vacation there once. Heard it's downright beautiful. So I hope you guys are having a nice vacation over there. So you're gonna go to line 14 today. So just line up for us there. And you each one by one line up. Does anybody want to do anything else before they get to the teleporter pad?
I grab a bag and start chewing on some mint.
Got it.
Boris has a monogrammed bag that a Tem gave him a week ago, and he's gonna take that out just in case. But
in case.
He's feeling very confident today.
Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
The bag already smells like mint.
If while Key's waiting, Key's going to kind of go over and look at the Saurian crystal that's powering the teleport. Kind of, if there's glass, it's gonna kind of press their face.
So
That's it.
give me a perception check
Gotcha.
before you go doing something that puts you in jail.
7.
All right. With your 7, there's not really a glass, but there's the pad in the center that glows and lights up. Around that pad there are pillars, and attached to each of these pillars is a different Saurian crystal. These Saurian crystals feed down into the pad itself. There is not a glass between these. There is a casing around the Saurian crystals, but you cannot get close enough without going through very heavily armed guards.
Gotcha.
If you step out of line, they are going to grab you. If you go to that pad before they wave you on, they are going to grab you. And they are all around the pad itself.
Gotcha. Then yeah.
Eb,
Do I see he try to make a beeline for the crystals?
you notice that Key has kind of stretched themselves up a little bit and is like almost like little binoculars, kind of like eyeballing them, like in the most obvious way that would be obvious to anybody.
I try to distract one of the nearby guards.
How would you like to distract one of the guards?
Hey, friend. I've only been on this once before. What's the proper procedure? Can you walk me through it? Can I get a closer look? I'm a little bit of a sort of a junior arcanist. I'd really like to take a closer look at how it works. I've already signed the NDA with it's okay.
He kind of looks at you, very concerned. He's a very large half orc, and he kind of looks at you, really concerned. Give me a persuasion check. And he is. God damn it. He looks at you and goes, "Did Scotty approve this?"
I'm pending approval.
You should probably talk to Scotty before you go over and look at any of his equipment.
Oh, okay.
But
No,
you could walk to this line and take a look, but you got to get back in line before it's your turn.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. And who should I speak to Scotty when I talk to Scotty to get the approval? Who should I tell him sent me to him to make him do more paperwork?
Granny Gray.
Look. What was the name?
Granny Gray.
Granny. You don't look like Granny. I've met Granny once or twice. I don't think that's you.
Yeah, it's not me. Have a good day.
Okay, but this line right here.
Yes.
And I draw a key with me.
So the two of you do get a closer look. Go ahead and you can do either an arcane or a history check, or an investigation.
I think it would make sense for investigation with key.
Boris has no idea what they're talking about, but he just follows behind them and keeps looking over their shoulder.
Okay. Boris, give me a perception check. We'll give you a perception check. Mira, do you want to do anything as these?
Awesome. I love it.
Boris is on a roll tonight. All right. So for the rolls,
Get him out before combat.
you had a 24 in persuasion, Eb, and then you had a 23 on your investigation, and then Key, you also had a 21 in your investigation. Boris, you had a 5 on your perception. You noticed nothing, except for the bits of sandwich still floating around inside of Key.
Probably pretty distracting, to be fair.
Yeah, he's really just kind of interested in what everyone's doing. He has no interest in the actual teleporter mechanics.
So, Key and Eb, neither of you are experts in this field, but
Yet.
very few people are. It does seem that the pad uses about six Saurian crystals that are attached to pillars that seem to be powering the pad itself. The actual mechanics inside of the pad are very, very complex. There is a system of gears and ruins. There are glowing pads on the outside. They look like large tablets. If I was to describe them for a visual using a modern reference, similar to like a Star Trek style, like glowing pad. There are runes in a language you do not recognize. And there are, they glow and move, and the people shift and slide things around in a way you haven't seen before. And at the center of this is a very angry dwarf who is yelling, and what sounds like a mix between Dwarvish and Scottish. Key, you'll recognize that it sounds very similar to the gentleman you met in the cave 2 weeks ago. and he as people step onto the pad itself, the whole bottom part seems to glow, and there seems to be some sort of glass in between the actual inner workings and the people themselves. As they stand there, it whirs up and they glow for a second, they disappear, and they are gone. And then there's another glow, and people appear, and then they step off the pad. It seems like, for the specific thing you're looking for is the Saurian crystals, it seems like the Saurian crystals are the main power source. And it takes 6 of them to power it, which for those of you who have looked into Saurian crystals feels like a lot, because one Saurian crystal about the size of a football could power your house for a whole year. One Saurian crystal about the size of a football also powers an airship, maybe a little bigger on that one, but to need 6 of them feels like a lot of power.
Does Key feel the same kind of strangeness from these crystals as they did with the black crystal?
No, these are distinctly different.
Okay.
Doesn't seem anything like the one you encountered.
Okay. Key is going to kind of in hushed tones with Ed, like, all right, so you see that big gear right there?
Mm-hmm.
As it's turning, I think it's powering, kind of powering up that doohickey over there, which kind of leads into the copper coil there, into the transmitter, and that thingy, kind of, a mix of made up words and like he kind of made up, and a little bit of the tech talk that they learned in the library.
Got it. Yeah, I think that transistor gate is what you're pointing to. I absolutely understand. Eb has a pretty solid education in Arcanum, and this is way above his head, but he can, if he believes what you're saying, he can kind of piece little bits together.
Yeah. And the black crystal, though, that we encountered in the cave, the black crystal, it kind of made he kind of feel kind of, unlike but these don't really make Keith feel like, but sometimes kind of tingly, especially when we go through the teleporter, but not the way with the black crystals.
And with that, it is your turn to step on the teleporter pad, and standing there very impatiently, looking at this, your group is as Mira and a gentleman who's like, hey guys, time to go.
Oh, it's our turn.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Guardsman. I appreciate you letting us look.
Thank you.
Mr. Anonymous Guardsman.
Boris is gonna hang back and let them go first, like give him a nice space of time, since Eb said this was only his second time and he has no idea what Key is, and he eats weird things.
All right, is this everybody? Are you big guy? You getting on the pad?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go let's go.
They go, then I go. Yes.
No, it's a gotta go as a group. We have a schedule to keep.
This is not good.
Come on.
Steps up.
All right.
But stays to
Raise the bag.
Stays to the side. So each of you, go ahead and roll me a d20.
As we teleport, Key's gonna go, adventure!
Oh.
Certainly an adventure.
All right, so for our rolls, I rolled 2 d20s, which are not important, don't worry about that. And they were a 12 and an 11. Ed got a 2. Mira got a 6. Boris with the 17. Look at you, Boris.
You old pro.
Then Key with a 4. We are going to take a quick break.
Oh, awesome.
Let everybody go to... And I'm going to roll one more thing. Sorry. I'm going to actually roll an extra. No? Okay. Not on the cards tonight. All right. Don't worry about it. It's not important.
No green bag of holding for us.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, we're gonna take a quick break. Go ahead and stretch your legs. Go to the bathroom. We'll come back at 7:17. I'll be back in a few minutes. That way, I can talk to chat and tell them about our wonderful donation options. And then we are going to land in Biale, where we will begin our adventure in earnest.
What time did you say, Jeremy, to be back?
7:17. Or yeah, Joe. Hello, everyone. I hope you are enjoying our adventure so far. We are about to begin the actual mission. Before we do, I did want to go over that we do have some donation slots that you can join. Hi, Momo. I didn't know that New Age Geeks had Kronk, Oh Yes Daddy, and Suspicious as commands. I don't know what those do. The poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. I don't know what any of those do. Yes, multipass. Lulu Dallas multipass. Very sus. It is. It's always a little suspicious when the DM rolls and doesn't tell you what it's about. You don't need a bag of holding when you have a key of holding. You're not wrong. I can't wait to see how much he's never mind. That's going to sound inappropriate when I say it. Anyways, we have donations that you can donate to actually help and or hurt the party tonight. I'm going to... Oh, look at that. Thank you for typing it in the chat, New Age Geeks. So the donation goals for tonight are $5 you can give inspiration to any character or the DM. Inspiration works where they can choose to take advantage on one of their roles. And that's for $5. And again, all of this goes to support the channel. And then for $10, you can gift a hat of vermin, which is the random gift for now until someone gives this one away. We're going to replace it, but it is a hat that allows the player to pull out either a snake, a rat, or a frog at random up to 3 times a day. I don't know what they're going to use it for, but it is one of the most random items I've found in Dungeons & Dragons, so I thought it would be fun.
I want one.
And then there is another $10 donation slot is Chat Healer. So you can heal someone. Someone of your choice receives the effects of a potion of healing. You can do this at any point. You can even heal the big bad at some point if you would like, if you want to be really awful. This is a regular potion of healing that is 2d4 plus the person's constitution modifier will be added to their healing. I think we did one last time where we were able to heal Kadir and save him from a lot of damage he received when fighting that mummy. So you can be the team healer, and then for $15, you can give somebody lucky. Lucky is a feat in Dungeons and Dragons that allows you to re-roll a roll, but you have to keep the roll that you roll. So you can give anybody lucky, including the DM, and they are allowed to use it at any time. Who would want to give the bad guys, heal the bad guys? That sounds awful. I certainly don't have money sitting around that I would spend on that. And then for $20, the big one is the gift of the mallard. We had this happen 2 weeks ago where our guest, Turk Mazface, received a gift of the mallard, and this was a random gift from a list of random items that I created that are pure chaos and pure randomness. The mallard is a god in my world, and the mallard is the god of random and chaos. There's no better way to describe it. It's the god of luck and chaos. And one of the item they received 2 weeks ago was an imp named Terrence, who could only communicate through random words, and most of those were curse words. So that it gives you an idea of the kind of things on that list. So a lot of fun things to add and take away from the adventure. We will be adding some more things to this list as well. That way you guys, the chat, can be further included. I believe my cast is back now. There we go. Perfect. So let's go back to these rolls. We're having an interesting time on the teleport pad today. Maybe we shouldn't have had all that booze before. Just some thoughts. Your bodies glow, and you blink, and you are somewhere else. The room looks very much the same, but there are far less people in the room, and the people who are in the room are different. There's no angry Scottish dwarf yelling commands, but the room itself, the architecture is almost exactly the same. The pad has the same number of pillars and crystals, but not all of you are quite aware of this. Eb, you rolled a 2. As you hit, you feel like, as you reach the teleportation, you feel like somebody took the feet out from under you, as your legs are completely asleep, and you feel nauseous.
Oh, he plants his head into the bag and just horks up the last 15 meals he's eaten.
Yep. And you can't really stand. You go prone because your legs
Can't help. Please move me off. Eb just starts sort of rolling, trying not to spill his now probably uncomfortably full bag.
Got it.
Boris reaches out, grabs him by the back of the neck, and just kind of keeps him arm's length, but props him off the pad.
Like a wet cat. Eb goes with him.
Mira, you don't quite hit that same level of nauseous, but you remembered you didn't eat before you had that drink. you remembered you've been working out all day, and it's all kind of hitting you at once as you feel like a sudden rush of fatigue and a blistering kind of headache as you feel like, oh,
Mango flavored headache.
yeah, a mango flavored headache hits you really hard as you try to stumble and navigate off of the pad. Key, normally when you step on this pad, you feel like this sense of familiarity. And you do feel that, but this time it's a bit extreme. You suddenly have a flash of a memory that you don't remember having. And you remember being in a tiny box and able to see outside where you could hear lots of voices all yelling and screaming, and that's all you remember is being stuck in that box and hearing the yelling and the screaming. And for a second you feel like you're there as reality clicks in. But you've never been in that place before. You've never experienced this. But you just remember being surrounded by dozens of voices all yelling out at once incoherently and looking out at a dimly lit world from this box. Was it a box? It had to have been some sort of box you were in. Some sort of thing you were in. And then it all fades back to reality. And you feel that tingle, but it feels a little bit more like a shock as you come back.
When Key kind of materializes onto this pad, they're kind of shifting through like various shapes, but the shape they seem to keep shifting in has been a cube until finally they just kind of just liquefies in a puddle with all their equipment kind of just strewn about.
Okay. Now you kind of go for a puddle for a second, but then you're back into your slime ball form, because those are the two forms you can keep the most naturally consistent. But yeah, it feels weird, and you're like, that was a thing that definitely happened, and you feel like you've never really had dreams or nightmares, but you feel like you had what Kadir and Mira described as a nightmare.
Curious. Very, very curious.
And then you slump down off of the pad as well.
Kind of slide off the pad.
Boris, despite your preparation and history with the pad, you did fine. You feel like you stepped out onto a dock at the beginning of day, and it feels nice. Like you feel good. You beat this pad. It's beaten you before, but today you were the victor as you help carry your sick friend off of the pad.
Boris looks down at the puddle that was Key, or is Key. Is that Key? I thought Eb peed his pants when he arrived. It's a big puddle.
This is Key. Kind of weakly. This is Key. Just. I wonder if this is what Kadir always felt like when he first went through the teleporter.
Also, don't judge.
Okay, very weak man. I won't judge you.
Zev told me stories.
All right, so each of you slowly slump off of the experience as you head into the main bar area. Now, this part is different. This building has a much more natural aesthetic. It is lovely architecture, but a lot of browns and grays, and the people running around the bar tend to be people that most of you have never seen before. I think outside of maybe Boris and probably Key, you guys don't really see a lot of Haragon outside of BLA. You don't see a lot of Grung, especially outside of BLA. So it's very, very different, especially for Boris, who is much larger than these creatures. Even by the standard of a gnome, a Grung is typically very small. And they are running around. There seems to be a Grung bartender and a Harrigan bartender. But there are also adventurers of different types. One unique thing you notice about the people in BLA is there's not many people. There's not very many human-looking faces in the room. There are Minotaur. There's Tabaxi. There are Kenku. A lot of Tabaxi and Kenku, and you'll see the occasional Leonin or the occasional Loxodon walking around, but not a lot of humanish looking faces, not a lot of elf faces about the room as you enter.
Would this usually be? Would elves usually be normal around this area?
No. As you know with your history check, these are what is normal in BLA. Normally, people with human or elf or dwarf or gnome faces are not common in BLA. Mira.
Am I noticing any kind of like fashion style to this area?
Yes. I would say there is a distinct fashion style. There are a lot of robes with a lot of inlay and design. Very unique style in general, not only to their dress, but the ones who are carrying weapons. The weapons seem to have a unique style. A spear looks like a spear, but it has a different handle, very adorned handle, a very different shape to the end of the spear. Swords themselves look very different, including a lot of people who are carrying swords similar to the one you saw Kadir carrying. And the way they dress is kind of similar to how Kadir dresses, but very different from where you come from in Bass City. Very, very nice and fashionable and appealing in many ways, especially the dress for the women or those female presenting. Very, very fashionable. Their shoes, their hair. There's some hairstyles that you've definitely never seen before. That would be great for you to add to your repertoire. Boris, you have a 2. Who has 1?
Oh, Jem had one.
Oh, so Boris.
Yeah. So this we teleported right into Pamud, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming that this was probably one of the routes that Boris was on when he was merchanting, pirating.
When you were doing very above the board sailing, yes, this Pamud is one of those ports. There are probably 3 major ports, bigger than any other port in the New World. One of them would be Pamud, the other would be Denra, and obviously Corazon at the Crescent Isles. Those 3 create a triangle of trade in the world that is unlike any other. Ships go in and out, and things from all over the world get shipped in and out of these places. Everything from food to weaponry to clothing to money, everything gets shipped through these ports.
So I'm guessing it's probably been like 9 months to a year, maybe longer since he's been here.
Oh
Is
yeah,
there, is there anyone that he recognizes?
Not in the bar itself. Give me a perception check. But I'm gonna say offhand with your natural perception, not anybody in the bar itself. Boris is very busy taking
Killing it
care
tonight.
of his sick friend. You know what? You got through the teleporter pad, which I think is the biggest victory. That perception check was a 5 for chat. So Key, you have 3.
Yes. He's gonna be helping Boris with Ebb, but also kind of his idea of helping is to distract Ebb. So they're kind of info dumping on about the black crystal that they encountered in our previous session, and then what they learned, like, so this black crystal, it was like, and then there was this mummy and this undead, and then he shot him, and then but it keeps getting up and got this lactite and went.
Ebb asks some questions that I won't bore chat with, but really tries to dial in on all of the details he can.
All right,
and sick or not, focuses.
Very interested. And yeah, and you start to feel a little bit better. You're more distracted. You're kind of recovered, and it's kind of good for both you and Key, this level of distraction, as you both are having your own experiences after the teleporter pad.
Is Ed
Mira,
done throwing up?
I believe he ran out of things to throw up, so he is done.
So Boris pulls out some mint, gives it to Ebb, and offers some to Key. This help with your. Do you have tummy, Key? Do you have tummy?
I don't know. And Key just kind of puts it on top of their head, and it just kind of starts slowly kind of settled in. Just like you kind of see the minutes of kind of sink into their torso. Maybe.
That's not where tummy is.
And you Key, you do feel better. You feel calmer a little bit as the mint goes in you. Mira,
Amazing?
anything you want to do?
No, I'm just taking note of the fashion, like I said.
Got it. So Boris, you have been to Pamu before. You are in the current best shape of your party. You know your way to the dock from the Adventurers Hall. Do you want to head there, or what would you like to do?
Larry said that we're meeting the captain at the dock.
Yes, Captain Silver.
Okay. Yeah, he'll round everyone up. Come on, we go find the job at the dock. I show you where.
Okie dokie. You're a leader this time.
Yes. Boris puffs up very proud. Yes,
He
Boris,
was-
good leader.
Yes, Key was leader last time. We almost died.
Okay, you not leader anymore.
Oh, I thought we were taking turns.
So as you guys step out into Pamud, there's a rush of humidity that kind of hits you, and you look about the city itself. The city itself is lovely in architecture, but there are areas where you could tell that there are bits of jungle grown in. You could tell that there are areas that are a little bit more muddy and wet, as it does seem to rain frequently here. But other than that, it does seem like a lovely town, with the same things that most cities have, nicer areas and rougher areas. As you travel through, again, there's that feeling from the bar of the main people here are Tabaxi and Kenku and Harrigan and Grung. You've never seen so many Grung outside of a textbook in your life. As they run about, and same for the Harrigan. They are a little bit more predominant than most, but mostly Grung and Kenku and Tabaxi, especially when there's any sort of shop or things like that. It does seem to be run by either a Tabaxi or a Kenku. And then you make your way to the port itself. Waiting at the port, there are several ships, but there is one marked the Frivolous.
Boris points to the ship. I think this is our ship. Where is Captain?
So everybody give me a perception check. And Key.
As we're walking through the area, is there anything that looks like machinery or anything?
Go ahead and give me your perception check, and I'll tell you.
Gotcha. Perception. Here it is.
Boris is finally in his element.
I love
look
this
at that.
dynamic where everybody does really well except for Boris, or everybody does really bad except for Boris. So perception checks: Boris with the 20, Eb with the 8, still recovering, Mira with the 6, still looking at fashion, and Key with the 6, still looking. Key, there doesn't seem to be any, if at all, what you would consider machinery. There doesn't seem to be that much technology outside of what you would expect. Nothing fancy like the teleporter pad.
Gotcha.
But you do notice that you can't find a single place selling squid peach pie. Out of all the menus you've walked by and seen, you just don't see it. And
Darn.
maybe it's just something that Master Shabu makes and told you was normal. Eb.
What about just peach pie?
There is peach pie, and there is squid pie, but there is no peach and squid pie.
Eb has no desire to attempt that particular piece of fusion, but he would like to buy as much peach pie as he can reasonably carry. Because that seems amazing.
Reasonably carry 2 whole pies?
Like two of them. Like
so
it's not, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that'll cost you about 50 silver.
Done.
Boris purchases 1 peach pie and 1 squid pie,
Okay.
and then he takes them, he smashes them together, and he gives it to Key.
Okay. Same price.
Thank you for the gift, friend Boris. And Key kind of shoves the mixture into their face
You tray and all, or
as much as they can.
okay.
Squid peach pie for you.
Thank you, friend.
I was gonna offer a piece of peach pie to Mira.
No, thanks.
Yeah, after watching that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just like
But
Master Shibu made it.
I appreciate the sentiment, though.
Just like Master Shibu makes. If you're ever in the area, you should try their mackerel sundae. Good.
Is there like a war crime tribunal that you're referencing? Who is this cook of awful? What? Is this a form of enhanced interrogation, these foods?
For those who do try the peach pie, it is immaculate. It is fresh, it is delicious, and you've probably never had peaches before, as they are native to this land, and you would only get them through trade, and they're not always the best when traveling on boat, and they are a rare commodity, but not here. Outside of here, they're probably a little bit more expensive.
Is cinnamon rare here?
Cinnamon is not rare here, and they do have cinnamon and sugar, and they are very sweet, savory, delicious pies with a very flaky crust. And yeah, you'll notice that every shop that sells the pies has a symbol that looks like a cat's paw, where the center of the paw is replaced with a peach. And I think, Eb, you would naturally recognize that as the symbol of the goddess Momo Kaneku, who is a goddess very popular in this area for farming and luck, and peaches are their symbol. So yeah, you have found your ship, and with your perception checks, Boris, you recognize a tabaxi with white fur and long flowing black hair, dressed as a buccaneer, who is very similar to what Larry described, standing, waiting patiently as the ship is already loaded and ready to go.
Is he on the ship or on the dock?
He is on the dock.
He's on
looking around.
I walk up to him. You're Captain Silver, yes?
I be Captain Silver.
Yes, we're here to protect your ship.
Oh, fantastic. So you're the adventurers we be ordering?
Yes, that is us.
Fantastic.
May we come aboard?
Hi, I'm Captain J.L. Silver.
I am Boris Aurealis.
I like your tattoos, Boris.
Thank you. I sailed before.
Fantastic. Someone with experience is good. We must leave quite promptly. The ship is ready, and we've been waiting for... we expected you about an hour or two earlier.
Oh, sorry. We get here when we get here.
Yes.
Anyhow,
well,
may we have permission to come aboard your ship?
You got permission.
Okay, everybody, come on ship.
As Key sees the captain, they once again puts their hand into their head, pulls out the note, and does the introduction. Hi, I'm Key, etc., etc., etc.
Hi. Yes. I'm Captain Silver, and I never seen the likes of you before, but okay.
Yes, Boris never seen like of him before either, but he all right. They are all right.
Okay. Let's make sure he stays above deck, close to the quarters.
Okay. Tell
So
me, Captain, Larry, he tell us that your ship short-handed, yes?
I don't know this Larry fella you speak
Oh, they're
of.
from the Adventurer Guild. Give us job.
I don't know how he knows that, but yes, we had a few hiring issues recently.
When Boris not protect ship, Boris sell ship for extra gold, of course.
Aye, we do be hiring.
How much you pay?
It depends on how much time you're willing to give. A couple weeks out at sea, net you a couple hundred gold. We also split
whatever this trip is. This trip.
This trip we've already be paying you for.
Yes, to protect ship, not to sell ship.
Aye, no, to help out on ship and protect ship.
No, to protect ship, not sell ship. These three no sail ship. Boris no sail ship unless you pay Boris to sail ship.
Well, we got people for sailing the ship. We just need help carrying cargo and cleaning decks and whatnot, and protecting if and it should become an issue. But I made the trip up here earlier last week, and we ran no issue.
Then why you need protection?
Well, again, we were shorthanded, as you've surprisingly been informed.
Yeah. All right. Well, Boris protects ship then.
Okay.
What are we hauling?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know what how fancy does he look? What would my perception of his status be?
He doesn't seem too bad to do, but his clothes do seem like they have seen a lot of sun and a lot of salt. He seems a little rugged, but his hair is neatly kept. You'll see the occasional braid here and there, but it is long, flowing black hair. He is white, with the occasional black stripe on his body, and he has a bluish green eyes that kind of look like the ocean. You haven't met many Tabaxi, but you do know that they tend to be a little better to do in BLA, and he doesn't seem to be unwealthy. He owns his own ship, so he seems to be doing okay, but he does also work his own ship, as his dress would imply. So each of you walk and join aboard the ship, and Ev, you were asking a question.
I wanted to know what we were carrying.
Standard cargo coming out. There's been some spoils coming from the recent conflict. Well, we were able to acquire some foods, some different fishes. We've got some cloths, some dyes, some spices, and a few other things acquired. Don't you be worried about that. We've already loaded everything up and run inventory.
You have mackerel and ice cream?
Son, I don't know. I don't know what that is. And with a quick motion, the ship begins to leave the port. On the ship, you'll notice that there is a crew. There appears to be two very well-dressed elven women with kind of darker skin who appear to be identical twins. They are walking about the ship, giving orders as the captain makes his way to the wheel. There are the occasional hand walking around, but the only people who seem to be armed are the captain, you guys, the twins, and two Tabaxi guards who stand near the doors to the quarters and the lower decks and where the captain is. And the ship begins to take off throughout the night. As it takes off, the twins approach your group, and they introduce themselves. We're Illy and Millie. I'm Millie, she's Illy, and we will be taking care of your accommodations. We have an on-deck quarters for guests that you will be staying in. It is built with 6 hammocks, so you will be nice and comfortable. If you do get seasickness, in those cabins there are barrels of mint that we recently procured. Try not to use too much of it. We do want to sell it when we reach Denra. Other than that, please stay either on deck or in your quarters. and do not bother the captain. If you need anything, please come to us, as we are the first mates. And the one who wasn't speaking just goes, yes,
Hello, my name is Key.
yes. He does his thing, and then they're like, okay. Yes, large gentleman.
Oh, well, this is a Paul finger, but
Oh,
okay.
sorry. Out of character. Paul, what can I do for you?
What is Milli Vanilli armed with?
They do have 2 cutlasses, each, or sorry, a cutlass each. I would have to look to see if they have anything other than that. They have daggers, and a rapier-shaped cutlass on them.
Boris looks at him. So if we stay down below deck, how we protect?
Oh, no, sorry. You staying above deck, and the quarters is above deck as well.
Okay, that'd make more sense. I thought
Yes,
maybe
the
you
quarters
were
is on this level. We have no room downstairs for anybody to stay.
So if something happened, you come get us.
If something happened, you should be here taking turns watching. So I assume you would be aware, but if you are not, we would get you. But yes, you're hired here to run security, so I assume we expect you to take turns keeping eye on deck and thereabouts. We do have a man up in the crow's nest who will let us know if anything is coming about. He sleeps up there.
Okay, good. Boris can do crow nest too.
Okay. Sure. Did you have a question? To Eb?
Also out of character. Can I tell the difference between the twins?
Give me because they are identical to the outfits. Just only one seems to be talking. You can tell the one that seems to be talking is very comfortable and very confident in her step. The one who does not seem to talk as much seems to not make eye contact and seems to tend to place her hand on her sword, looking around nervously.
And which was which?
I'm Millie, she's Illy. Millie is the one who's speaking. Confuse myself with them. But they are elven women. They do appear to be full-blooded elves. They have short hair with undercuts. They have white outfits with brown leather, but there seems to be a little bit of flow to their dress and garment as well. And they have very, very nice boots, I would say, is another way to look. But they do have daggers that are shown; they're not hidden, and they do have swords. And they, do seem to walk around talking to the different crew. But you can tell that the one who speaks a little bit less, outside of them being almost completely identical, is Illy.
Okay, and then 2, they're having us sleep on deck.
So when they point to it, there is a section of the top part of the deck that there's a holding on that level. So it's not on deck, so you're not out in open to the nature. There is a quarters built on top of the deck.
Kind of like what would usually be the captain's quarters?
Similar, but the captain's quarters seems to be in the back. This is towards the front of the deck. It seems to be exactly like how the captain's quarters would be on that same level, but towards the front of the deck. It looks like it was something that may have been for storage at one point, but they have added a door with a window and hammocks as you go and investigate. And there is that barrel of mint, and there's also barrels of water with a ladle. And they do serve food on deck regularly. All right. So you begin your trip across the ocean. How would you guys like to handle the rotation of security?
Before we decide that, I want to turn to Boris and Eb. So what are your specialties? And how do you fight?
Boris kill things.
Just pure brute strength?
Yes, brute strength. Yes.
Yeah, no, I much prefer from a distance. And you?
How about you? What do you do, lady?
Magic, mostly, yes.
Oh, good. I like magic.
It's a broad spectrum.
I guess you'll wait and see.
Hard to coordinate.
What about Puddle? What does Puddle do?
Oh, you're muted.
Is Key part of this conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
This is you guys are all setting up in your quarters.
Oh, hide.
Yes, we saw that last night.
What?
Really good at it.
You're good at hiding?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, Master Locke said that I'm the best at hide and seek.
Okay. I'm not sure how this is helpful, but all right.
Oh, and I got this. And Key just pulls out a crossbow.
Okay, that's better. Yes.
Not less alarming, but better.
So you each settle in, and it is comfortable. For those of you who have not been on a ship before, please roll a Constitution check, and then we will decide how we would like to handle security and travel.
I've been on a ship before.
You have not been on a ship before.
Okay.
Let's keep it.
Even though you grew up in a fishing town, not your thing. Not your.
Has Key been on a ship before?
No.
Okay. All right.
Boris
Constitution?
obviously has. Yes. And Eb has at least once.
And saving throw?
Yes.
Ooh.
So with a 17, Mira, you are fine. You think this is lovely. You can see beautiful ocean from one distance to the next. It is wonderful. The sun is great for your tan. The breeze is wonderful. The mint and food they serve, excellent. You're basically on vacation. You're working, but you're on vacation. With your 4, you are having trouble maintaining your humanoid form, and you keep reverting back into your slime ball form as it is easier to sway with the ocean that you are convinced hates you. You are not necessarily seasick, but you are definitely having trouble keeping your footing as you're going back and forth, and it feels like somebody took a bottle of water and is just going whoop, whoop, whoop.
He doesn't like the sea.
Yeah, not seasick, but shape sick. As you feel your insides tend to match the rock of the boat.
Can I say Key looks a little greener than usual?
I would say he looks a little greener than usual, yes.
How's that squid peach pie do for you, buddy?
So yeah, you are having trouble adjusting. Who wants to take night shift and who wants to take day shift for security?
Boris take night shift.
I'll also
Yeah, we'll
take night shift.
We all fight for the night shift, I think, by the sound of it.
You will take day shift then.
So Key, you're volunteering day shift?
Yes.
Key, you're gonna volunteer day shift. Eb, Mira, and Boris, draw straws for me. I need you each to roll a 20. And the lowest straws get night. So the lowest rolls will actually get the night shift.
Ooh.
Boris with the 4. Eb with the 6. And Mira rolling a d20 at 11. Oh, day shift. It's good for your tan.
Fine.
10 elves.
How long are we planning to be at sea?
The trip should take, with good time, 4 weeks. With bad time, 5 weeks.
So I suggest maybe we can rotate so that none of us have to do nothing but sun.
Or
Yeah.
how about rotate people?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So the first week will be Eb and Boris on night shift, Key and Mira on day shift, and then we will have everybody swap.
Key's going to kind of roll over to Mira, kind of looks up to her, kind of give her the the Puss in Boots kitty look. Then Mira stroke pat Key's head. He's not feeling well.
I'll take my hairbrush and pat his head with my hairbrush.
Cute.
The back of the hairbrush.
The back,
So it's not-
very,
not
very
pokey,
important.
yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So then there is a swap. Key and Eb will, after the first week, Key and Eb will take the night shift, and Mira and Boris will take the day shift. And I'm just gonna roll a d20. Don't worry about that.
We all die.
Who can swim?
Oh no.
So each of you kind of travel is pretty consistent. Does anybody want to do anything during travel?
Yes.
Boris.
Boris wants to, when he's not on shift and not sleeping, sneak around and see what the cargo is.
All right, roll stealth to see if you can get past the 2 guards.
Since we share a shift, can I distract those guards? Hey guys, tell me your entire life story.
You can get help to give him advantage.
Perfect. That's what I'm looking for.
An 18. Give me a perception check as well, Boris. All right, so you do get past the guards a little bit. The first set of guards, you make it by before you're met with Millie coming from the captain's quarters, and she says, "Oh, can I help you?"
No, I'm okay. You can go.
No, you appear to be lost. Is there something you needed?
No, Boris not lost. He knows ship very well.
Oh, well, you're not supposed to be back here.
Oh, why not?
Because we're paying you to mind the deck and stay in your
Yes,
quarters.
not my shift to mind deck today. Others minding deck.
Yeah. So you gotta. Unfortunately, I can't let you go much further. But if you wanted, was there something particular you were looking for?
No, just looking around ship.
Oh, well, this is the captain's quarters behind me, and these two doors are our quarters for Millie and myself. And the kitchen is on the uh, right side here. Um, if you were hungry, we could probably get you some food um, and bring it to you.
No, Boris ate already. Just taking stroll around ship. You have
Well,
something to hide on ship?
no, we do not.
Okay,
But
then I see you
again,
later. I'm going to go on ship.
no, I need you to either exit with me or I will take you where you are going. Um, but if we are paying you, and if we would like to continue paying you and keeping you on the ship, we're going to have to ask you to step out.
Okay, suspicious lady.
All right. And with that, Boris comes back out, and Millie gives a talking to the guards. Key.
Yeah, key during their shift, when they're feeling a little bit better, whenever there's a chance, they're going to kind of ask the first mates or the deckhands, like, so how does this work? How does that work? Ooh, what's this? Not being annoying, but just naturally curious how things work.
Okay. They're mostly happy to help you when they're not busy, or they're happy to explain things when they're not busy. Eb.
When not shilling for Boris, Eb stays up on deck and starts sketching out navigational charts.
Yeah, and the stars are beautiful. You have never had a clearer picture of the night sky during those nights. There seems to be no clouds for a lot of the trip, and the weather has been very much in your favor. A little warm, certainly, but very much in your favor.
I want to sorry.
No, go ahead, finish.
I want to compare and contrast with the ship that I just took sort of back and forth to the Crescent Isles, and then to see if anything's moving up there that I can tell.
Okay. Give me a perception check. Mira.
Any chance I can...
When I wasn't working or resting, I wanted to chat with Millie or Illy, or whichever one would be open to chatting with me.
Definitely more Millie than Illy, but they never seem to be apart.
Yeah. I want to know how they came upon this ship, how they got this role. Basically, want to just become friendly with them.
With your perception of the 15 ebb, you notice that the angle of the stars is very different, but that's probably due to the position of the ship and less to do with them actually moving. But you do notice that there are a few of those special stars kind of a little bit more visible. Those stars that represent the different gods. Right now, you can see the star of Gura very clearly. And the star of Momo Kaneko is also visible. So a red and pink star that are very clear in the night sky. Millie explains that they've been working with the captain for a long time. The captain's family owns a company that started on land, and they began working with the company on land, and they took the business to the sea, and that's how they became the first mates.
Can you tell me what that company does?
procuring and exporting goods. Yeah. Go ahead.
While they're let me read something really fast.
Okay.
While they're telling me about that, I want to detect thoughts.
Okay, put it in the chat.
Yep.
So I know what we're doing.
Yep. How do I do that again? Oh, sorry.
Just click on the spell or the.
Oh yeah.
Click on the name and it should put it. Bum 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 bum. Wow, that's a lot of text.
That's seriously. Give me a second to read this.
Registration up to 1 minute. All right, so this is for a minute, and it does have vocal components, so you're gonna have to say something to cast the spell.
So is the vocal component, can it be anything, or does it have to be a specific like word?
I believe it can be a key phrase that has to do with the spell.
I was wondering. I want that to be my key phrase.
Okay.
And I'm sticking with surface thoughts at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. You can tell that they're trying to avoid most of your questions. And you can tell when they talk about the business of procuring goods that maybe it wasn't always the most above board when they were getting started, or the most legal. And you can tell that they have, in fact, they've procured goods by taking a life for those goods, is what you could tell clearly through their thoughts. And you're just doing surface, so there's no wisdom save. But you kind of get the general gist of they're not bad people per se, but they're definitely people who have gotten where they are by taking from other people. They're kind of not the best people. You kind of get, and they're also willing to kill if pushed to a certain degree.
And I want to use like an action to shift it from Millie to Illy. Is that the same thoughts with Illy?
Illy's the same thoughts, but much more nervous and much more paranoid. Much more, she's asking too many questions.
I'll pick up on that and I'll stop.
Got it.
I'll be a little bit friendlier after that.
So we're going to move into week 2. Eb, any last things?
I was going to ask if I could shoehorn in at the end of that conversation.
Oh,
but
this would have been
you
during...
want to move on, it's good.
Yeah, I think you guys would have been different shifts for this. So yeah, on the second week, time passes by pretty normally. Mira and Boris are on the day shift. Key and Eb are on the night shift. I need everybody to make a perception check. Key coming in strong. Everybody else, you kind of don't really notice too much. Key, with your 20, you've noticed some weird things at night. you've noticed that instead of taking the leftovers that they serve for the food and dumping it off the side or just throwing it away, they seem to gather it all up. And then shortly after they gather it all up, you do tend to hear a bit of commotion coming from downstairs. It doesn't strike you as particularly odd, but these things kind of stand out to you, that maybe there are more people on the ship that you have not yet met. And then as the sun rises and the afternoon hits at the sun's highest point during the day, Boris, even with your 4, and Miro, definitely with your 13, you notice that today is not like the other days. It is foggy. It is cloudy, and you cannot see more than a couple feet from your face. It appears to be a very dense and thick fog as the captain yells to the man in the crow's nest, back and forth, as they slow down their travel and their navigation. Mira, you feel a little bit of it feels tense in this fog, and you don't like that you can't see very far. And then suddenly, there comes a loud grinding noise, as if your ship has hit something. And as it does, you notice the fog begin to clear just a bit, and then more and more, as you hear the sounds of yelling, fighting, and swords being drawn. Quick change of the music.
Quick question. Could Key, during while they and Eb were sharing that their shift, he like informed Eb like, hey Eb, hey friend Eb, you know, do you think they keep like a pet or something downstairs? Like, I once read about in a book that a captain once kept an alligator as a pet in the hold of the ship. Do you think they have a pet there? Oh, do you think they'll let Key pet it?
I mean, it's possible. Let's go find out.
Oh yeah, maybe they'll even let Key ride it. That'll be real fun.
Out of curiosity, Key, why do you ask?
Oh, because they were, when Key wanted seconds, they were like, they wouldn't give Key seconds, but he saw there were more than enough food, and they were taking it downstairs, the other night.
So at this point, okay, does this happen prior to the mist and fog? Because we're gonna retcon that right out for a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eb's going downstairs. Like, I am walking over to Boris, and the three of us.
I'm gonna say that he told you this for the sake of brevity, because I got to get this going.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that he told you while you guys were supposed to be resting during the day, and as you get this, you're ready to go, and you head outside, and there is mist and there's fog.
That's fair.
And then all of that happens.
That's fair.
Okay.
Because unfortunately, I already did that whole.
That was actually kind of what I was assuming.
I was wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but there's that thought that, well, something's going on. Suddenly, your ship is next to another ship, and the fog begins to clear around both ships. The ship that is attached to your ship has black sails and a very rough-looking crew stands before you. I'm going to pull everybody to this map.
Does Boris recognize this ship or the flag it's
We're
flying?
going to find out when we get there.
Alrighty.
All right, so I will place each of you on the board. Please do not move, and give our cameraman a chance to join us. So people who were on shift were Mira, who's going to be right here, and then Boris, right here with Mira, and then just coming out of their quarters to investigate, so they don't need to be alerted, and they are not necessarily caught off guard. Will be the benefit that you guys have. Will be Ebb and Key. Will be right about here. And I believe our cameraman has joined us.
There you go. I see the map now.
Please let me know if you have any visual imparities. This map is very straightforward, and it is daylight, so everybody should be able to see.
I have no vision. I have vision now.
It's all right. All right. Now everybody should be able to see. We'll confirm that chat can see our shipuation.
Oh no, get out. I also have immediate concerns about the giant tentacle-y thing in the water.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there actually a kraken there?
So I need everybody to roll a perception check.
Jesus Christ.
F me.
Boris, I'll also give you a history check, which I know is your best subject.
Yeah,
But I'll give you
fantastic
advantage.
at it.
Gonna give you advantage.
It doesn't matter.
It
I
says
rolled
1
a-
and a 0.
1 and a 0.
You know, all ships kind of look alike, Boris. You know, you've seen one ship, you've seen them all.
That's offensive.
Wow.
Way to stereotype ships, Jeremy.
Wow.
Next, you're gonna say all masts look the same.
Oh my god. So yeah, Mira, with your perception, you notice that there is that the fog seems to have dissipated, and it was magical in nature. Boris, you are very confused as you notice there is a ship next to your ship, but you also know what a pirating boarding looks like. So I will give you that. You don't offhand recognize these lovely gentlemen pirates as they have attached to your ship. So you don't know if they are sailing offhand. You don't know if they are sailing for the same admiral you sailed for, or if they're sailing under the other contingent of pirates, or one of the other contingents of pirates. Key, you do not recognize the tentacles coming out the side, but you do notice that there are more friends currently coming aboard. And then Ebb, you seem to be primarily noticing the tentacles coming out of the water, but they don't seem to be doing anything other than kind of holding the ship. And Boris, with
Can I
your
fire
history,
off a spell?
can you fire off a spell?
Mm-hmm.
That depends. What and why?
Pirates on one side, tentacles on the other. My primary interest is surviving this, and that is easier to do if no one can see me.
Okay.
I cast darkness on the ring that I wear.
Okay, so you're gonna have a 30-foot radius of darkness.
15, but yep.
15.
I'll take 30.
No,
Actually, no, I
no.
won't. That'll blind all of my friends. Only,
Yeah.
15. Only 15.
All right, so that will blind Key.
Yep.
And this guy.
Yep.
And those two oddly shaped tentacles. And nope, she's
You
You're
can
gonna-
put an aura on my token that will show you persistently who I'm blinding.
got it. All right. I just want to make sure who all is affected by this. Yeah, you cast darkness.
Fantastic.
That's under token settings, low light.
Yep. Token settings on the main page. Scroll down.
John is also the person who helps me with all of the.
Do you want me to do it? Do you want me to do it while you do other things?
Nope, I found it.
Okay.
And I gave you 30 feet again.
Don't forget to make it visible so that the rest of us can react to it.
There we go.
Thank you.
Nice.
So that is your darkness. Oh, and I was wrong. You didn't get the Tabaxi guard. All right. The ship has completely connected to your ship, and they are beginning to board onto your side. Key, you have 2. Does somebody have 1? Nope. Oh.
I did. I already went. It's Key's turn.
Oh, okay. Key.
Can I say before Eb casts darkness, he's gonna be like, "Oh look, more friends! Hey, who turned off the lights?"
Yes, you can. You can definitely do that as a reaction to having the lights turned off, and you cannot see.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Because you have dark vision, but in darkness,
I just wanted to quip. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to quip.
whip away. Yeah. Anybody want to do anything? Move, attack, not attack.
Yeah, Boris totally wants to attack.
All right.
All right, so Boris is going to move to here, which never leaves a threatened range. Pulls out his great sword, and when he does, everyone notices that it's sort of makes a little bit of a light. Is it day or night right now?
It is daytime, middle
It's
of the day.
All right, so there's a very faint glow to Boris's great sword. And then he screams out, "Fun time!" And he is going to attack this guy here.
All right. Roll for your attack, and then everybody else go ahead and roll for initiative.
Are you letting us have like a free action before combat though first, or just Boris?
Just this Boris engagement, and then initiative starts.
Okay, gotcha.
This is 13 hit this guy.
A 13 does. How much damage?
That is 14 points of damage.
All right. Boris, what does it look like when you mow down this merfolk pirate as he makes his way across the plank?
Boris's eyes filled with rage. It just immediately moves into combat, pulls out his greatsword, and just in one motion of pulling it out, swings down and cleaves the guy on the top of the head. And because he's taken this fellow out, his great weapon master allows a bonus action to make another hit, which he's going to do on this guy.
Nice.
Oh, and I believe a 24 is going to hit. If a 13 did, and that's another 13 points of damage.
All right. And you once again mow him down.
So as he cleaves the first guy, he pulls his sword out of his half head and just spins around and cuts the other guy's head clean off as it goes flying all the way across the deck of the ship and lands in the water.
And that does save me from having to roll initiative for that guy, so thank you.
Really quick, I forgot to click my token, and I click initiative. Do I have to do it again, or?
Yep, go ahead and do it again.
Okay. So I have to click my token and then click initiative, right?
Correct.
Gotcha. Hope this works. Oh, there you go.
Mhm. Mm-mm-mm.
Sorry, still getting used to roll 20
No.
math stuff.
No worries. All right. So I believe everybody who is still alive has gotten their initiative. So yeah, Boris immediately strikes down these two pirates as they come across the board. And then Mira is impressed. And then you hear the captain shout, "Aye! Cut those boards! Make sure they don't get across! You two, secure the slaves!"
Sorry, point of order. That was our captain saying that?
Yes.
Wait. What do you say?
Well, you can't see where the noise came from, but everybody heard him
Yeah.
as the yelling came through. This Tabaxi gentleman is going to come here to help Boris secure the line. Illy of Millie and Illy will also move here, creating a nice little line of security. And then we are going to put our order. Oh, I am missing somebody. There we go. All right. So Illy is going to hold her turn. And so will the captain. Boris, what would you like to do?
Which one is the captain?
He would be the gentleman.
Back on the helm.
Yes.
Okay, and can I tell who's the captain of the pirate ship?
Give me a quick perception.
Oh, yeah, because those have been good all night.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't have
But
asked.
we're in combat now.
I wouldn't have asked you for one if you weren't. If you didn't already have an issue. A 16. You could tell. You can't really make him out at this distance and in the midst of your rage, but you could tell that either one of these two gentlemen here. Sorry, he's actually not supposed to be there. This gentleman here appears to be the captain, because he's standing where captains stand on a ship.
Sure.
And he's calling for more men.
Boris yells out to across. Can I see him, or is it still too foggy?
You can see him, but you don't. You can make out that he's there. Yeah, not in like the best detail because again, you're in the middle of rage,
Right.
and you just hack down 2 people. But you know that he's in that direction.
Okay, yeah, I guess since I'm rage, I'm not smart enough to be asking questions.
But you are smart enough to act on instinct, so
Yeah, Boris is gonna swing around. Yeah, first, so this is a new round. First, he is going to shift, and for those of you who have not seen Boris fight before, it seems like his muscles grow even bigger and his face almost becomes animalistic. Like he's not like turning into a werewolf, but he has these features that are like just super tight muscles and things extending and straining like a normal human being would not. And he turns around and takes a swing at Millie.
no. Well, Illy is next to you.
Oh,
I know
Illy.
it's confusing. They're twins.
Millie, Illy, Vanilli, I don't know. And that is with advantage, but unfortunately that's still only 11.
So that is going to be a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
As you turn and swing at the first mate.
He does not have anything else he can do because that was his bonus action. Yep, that's it.
All right. She is going to respond since she held her turn and swing back at you. And this is the first time you hear her speak, probably ever or during the whole trip. And she goes, "I never liked you."
Wow.
And that's her voice.
24 is gonna do it.
All right. And you're raging, so you'll take half of that damage.
Whopping 3 points.
And then it is going to be Key's turn.
All right. I'm gonna have Key. Real quick. Where we were, the cabin that we came out of, was that like under where the cargo was kept?
No, that would be it would have been on level with the deck.
Okay. I just want to generally just so have an idea where would the cargo be kept?
It is below deck.
Below deck. Like, is it directly under us? Could we get from our cabins? Get there from our cabins?
No.
Okay.
Your best logic is that it's through the 2 guards and then down the stairs.
Okay.
On the
There's
ship,
only-
I see a grate leading to below decks in the middle of the ship. Could we get to it through that?
If you had enough people to move and open the grates, yes.
Or if
But
I
they
was
are
made of
layered on
jello?
layer grates. He could try to squeeze through,
Yeah.
but he also can't see right now.
Can I do this? I'm gonna have Key move. I'm just gonna have Key kind of move forward until they kind of see light. Which,
Okay.
real quick, would it be here, or are they still in?
So you're moving in absolute darkness. You don't really know what direction light is.
Okay.
but I will give you a perception check, and I will give you advantage to move out of the darkness.
Okay. Oh, I was going to say maybe Key moves towards where the sounds are coming from. So, where Boris is fighting, basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
So go for it.
Do I still have to roll perception?
Yeah,
Okay.
because you got to move through, basically blind right now.
Gotcha. 20?
Okay. Yeah, you can move right over to here.
Okay. He's gonna move over here and kind of go, "What's going on? What's going on?"
To Mira.
Yeah. And I think if I still, I don't think that's a main action, so I think that's just a move action. So
Yep, that's
I'm
just
gonna
your movement.
hold. I'm gonna hold action until Mira replies, I guess.
Oh, she can reply. I mean, this is a quick.
Oh. Pirates and our cargo is slaves.
Oh, that's not good. So, Keith kind of looks like under them and goes, "If they're anywhere, they probably be down there with the alligator." Can I use my action to take off my equipment and slip through the grates? Because I have to be not wearing armor.
It would take an action to get all of your equipment off.
Okay. I will then. You know what? I will then do that.
Okay.
I'm just gonna flavor that Key's gonna just basically ooze into their armor and just starting to leak down, kind of Alex Mack into the grating.
All right. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right. We'll get to you trying to get through the grating after this. This Tabaxi, definitely reputable person, not a bandit at all, is he's kind of confused as to why they're fighting, so he's just going to not do anything, and then it is going to be Millie's turn, who is obviously going to move in to protect her sister. With another swing at Boris. Jesus.
Start reversing those, Jeremy?
Yeah. So for those who can't see the rolls, the first one was a 24 and a natural 1. This one was a 25 and a natural 1. So you're going to take half of that 9 damage. And then it is going to be the large orc on the other side's turn. He is going to throw his javelin at the Tabaxi and hit a nat 20. Suddenly, Boris, you're standing there next to that Tabaxi, and he just disappears. And at your feet, Mira, there is just a skewered body as the wood is pierced by this mighty javelin, and that Tabaxi is gone. Eb, you're up, and then Mira, you are on deck.
Quick question: how is that? So that cannon that's there, that's a secured standard ship, slightly rolling thing, right?
Yes.
Cool. I'm going to use shape water and shatter the things that are anchoring it in place.
Okay, so you're going to shape the ocean water and break the ropes that are holding it?
Ropes or... yeah.
Yeah, it's ropes with different...
Yeah, so
flavors.
as the water soaks into the ropes, I will crystallize the water so that the cutting edges of the ice disintegrate the ropes.
Okay.
Cool. Then I'm going to use a bonus action, use telekinetic shove, and pull that 150-pound cannon on top of Millie, breaking both of her legs.
So which cannon are we moving?
The one right next to Boris.
Okay, and go ahead and put Go ahead and put I know shape water. Go ahead and put telekinetic shove in the chat.
You know shape water well now.
Yeah. The soon-to-be banned cantrip. Let's see.
So probably wouldn't work under ordinary circumstance, but with ice under the wheels, I bet that slides real easy. On an already rolling deck of a ship.
Yep. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
DC 8 plus your proficiency bonus. So you're moving it towards you then.
I move. Yes.
So it has to be towards you or away from you.
Okay. Then I will first move to. Pardon me. Can't move. Right there gives me 30 feet. That puts both of the twins in darkness, leaves all of my party out of it, darkens another tabaxi, and I will roll the cannon towards me there.
Okay. All right, so you're shoving the cannon and not her. I'm gonna have you.
So there should be no rolls, right? If it can't resist.
The cannon can't resist, but it's still hitting her with an object.
Okay. So what am I
So
rolling?
I'm gonna say.
Doesn't she have to roll?
That's if it's moving her, and he's not moving her. So yeah, go ahead and roll to hit. Give me a 20 plus your either your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. And I'm going to give you advantage, so roll 2 of them.
Cool.
Because I think what you're doing is really cool.
I'll just roll my charisma then. How about a 23? Will a 23 work?
A 23 will absolutely hit her. Give me a D10. Actually, make it a D. Let's hit her with this shit. Let's go with a D12. Let me get 2 D12. All right. She's going to take 8 points of damage and be knocked prone. As the cannon slides into her. Doesn't travel a great distance, but it definitely hits her, and she was not expecting it, especially in the darkness. So,
Okay.
Yeah, she is hit and then knocked prone.
And then, as a free action, I telepathically connect to Boris and tell him Millie is on the ground at your feet and she's a slaver. And that will end my turn.
Got it. Mira, it is your turn.
Question, because they are in the darkness. If I move, will they still get an off attack?
No. They
Cool.
cannot see you. And similarly, you can't see into the darkness.
Yeah,
That's
fine. My action is not going to be very exciting. I'm going to cast Mirror Image.
Okay.
And I'm going to back up to here.
All right.
That's my turn.
You've got your mirror image going, the spell they named after you. which creates 2 mirror duplicates of you standing next to you, in case somebody were to attack you. And then it is Illy's turn, who was knocked to the ground. She is going to take her movement to try to get up.
Any penalty for being under a cannon?
I'll make her do a check to get up. How about that?
Sounds good for me.
I'm going to say she stands up but does not move any further. So she is still in darkness. In darkness, she is blind and is just swinging. At disadvantage, obviously. I'm assuming an 11 does not hit you, Boris.
It does not.
All right. Blindly, you see a sword kind of come from the darkness in the direction that she is in. But clearly, she can't hit the broadside of a Boris.
Nice.
And then the Tabaxi captain is moving down into this, close to the darkness. He one second. He is going to throw a dagger into the darkness at disadvantage.
Wow.
But he threw a 21-21.
That's at me?
No, that is at the center of the darkness.
Oh, sorry. I thought my back was to a mast. He can hit me despite cover.
Yeah,
Well,
he
with
moved.
21. He can hit me no matter what. Yeah.
Yeah, he moved to get a better angle. And he's experienced darkness before, as he's experienced things. Do you have to roll to maintain concentration?
I do, but I'm fine.
Yeah. He does not move any further because the darkness is still there. And he doesn't know whether or not he hit you or not. So, as far as he knows, he just threw a dagger into darkness. Into the void, as it were. And then Boris, and then Key.
Back to darkness.
Boris, you are up.
All right, so well, they're in darkness. I can't tell whether she's standing or not. But
you know she just swung at you, so
yeah. So I'm gonna reckless attack, which gives me advantage, negates disadvantage, gives me a regular roll.
Yep.
Oh, and I think crit will do it.
A nat 20 will definitely do it.
And that's going to be 14 points.
Yeah, there is now blood. You swung into darkness, and you came back with blood on your sword. So you know that you hit something.
Boris lets out a maniacal laugh. And that's the end of his turn.
You're up. And you are naked. What would you like to do?
I'm going to use Amorphous, so I can squeeze through a space as narrow as 1 inch. Actually, wait, let's do this. I'll do this.
You can squeeze through a space as narrow as 1 inch wide, provided you are wearing and carrying nothing, which you did. You also have advantage on ability checks to initiate or escape a grapple.
Are the grating at least an inch wide, maybe bigger, hopefully, actually?
Give me a dexterity check as you search for the right entrance at advantage.
Also, if it's bigger than an inch wide, would you allow me to carry over my thieves' tools with me?
Let's see.
All right. 14.
Oh yeah, you find a spot that you think you could get you and your thieves' tools through.
All right. He's gonna ooze on through.
With your thieves' tools?
Yes.
All right, and nothing else.
Yeah, just my thieves' tools. I don't think anything else could fit, really.
Just. All right. So Key, naked as a jaybird, sloops down into a hole. And Mira, you've never seen him do this before, but he is just vanished into the ground. And there's a pile of his stuff just laying where he once was. As Key enters the bottom of the ship. Now, I didn't expect this, so I didn't map out the bottom of the ship. You have 30 feet of movement. I'm going to say you go through the first level that is all barrels, and you go down to the next level. And at the bottom, there is cages, and there are people in those cages. On your next turn, we're going to have you start to, I guess, release those people.
Gotcha. Key, the Liberator!
Do I hear him say that?
No, he's 2 decks below you at this point. And there's a lot going on. So Millie is going to move out of the darkness and then swing at Boris.
Hits.
19.
That hits.
All right, so you're going to take half that damage because you are still raging, and that's the best part about being a barbarian. It doesn't matter if it hits you, it tickles. Then our orc is going to see this happen. He's a little confused as to what's going on, but he doesn't care. There's people there. They need a javelin. So he's going to throw another javelin. And hit Millie for 9 damage. Boris, next to you, you see a javelin come flying by, and you feel it, the wind of it, as it hits. And it was thrown by a very strong arm as it strikes into Millie, cutting and making her blood spill out on the deck. Eb, you are up, and Mira, you are next.
How hurt is Millie looking?
Millie is looking mostly okay. Illy, on the other hand, after taking a cannon and a hit from Boris, is looking rough, bloodied, I'd say.
All right, I'm going to snap off an Eldritch Blast at her then.
Woo! It started blasting. 22 is definitely going to hit. So that's 7 damage. You got anything to add on to that?
Not from damage, but I am going to take a look at that kitty cat who threw... Is that the captain that threw a knife at me?
Oh, it is definitely the captain who threw a knife at you, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to use my move to hop up to here. And I'm going to try to telekinetically shove him over the side of the ship.
All right. You know, I thought it would be a fun thing to go on the ship today, but
I think it's fun. I think it's great.
I'm having a great time.
So you're going to do the telekinetic shove.
Yep, he
He
needs a
needs to
strength
make it-
save or he's going overboard.
And it's 30 feet away from you?
Uh-oh. Yep.
So if he fails, what's the movement?
Oh, 5 feet. It's not far. It's literally just into that next section between the two ships.
Got it.
And that kills him. If he goes
We
overboard there.
We shall see.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that kills him.
A lot of assumption there. Let's see.
Hey, look, it's true to my word. Boris did not kill the captain.
So strength.
Yes, sir. Strength V14, please. Damn it.
Ah.
He's gonna take the 22 as the darkness tries to shove him, much to his frustration.
All right, I would like to telepathically connect with this piratey fellow up here and say, if you are here to liberate the slaves, we are on your side.
Telepathic communication doesn't matter language barrier, right?
This one does not.
Okay.
Ooh.
You hear back, who and you be? Who's talking to me?
The darkness.
Oh God, it's just like me mother always said. This would happen.
The barbarian.
I should stop drinking.
And the scary spell slinger in mid-deck.
And that's gonna be your turn. And he is going to begin running this direction. He got a message and he's doing something with it. All right, Mira, you are up.
And which of the twins looks worse for wear?
Definitely Illy. And you can see both of them clearly now as the darkness has moved away.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Mind Sliver on Ellie.
Okay.
Oh.
And that is a intelligence save that needs to be
Yeah.
the DC 13
With a 1. Damn it.
with 1 whole damage.
But that's not all it does.
Yeah. It's not all about damage with Mind Sliver.
Yeah.
Oh, no bonus to this one. Ooh. So that means she will take 1d6 psychic damage, 1d4 from her next saving throw before the end of your next turn.
Yep.
Got it. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, I got nothing for bonus actions.
All right. She takes that without much reaction, and she is going to swing once more at our friend Boris. This time with her dagger in her offhand.
That's better.
Does she stab her sister? Does she stab her sister with that crit 1?
So, with her crit 1, she goes to swing with her dagger, but her legs have not quite recovered from taking a cannon to the knee. And she kind of falls prone as she swings, misses, not even close to you, Boris. Again, couldn't hit the broadside of a Boris as she falls to the side and onto her very own dagger, taking her own damage.
Take it.
And she takes 100% of that 5 damage as she takes her own dagger to an abdomen. And she is once again prone. She is not having the best day. And she says, I fucking hate it here. And then it's going to be the Tabaxi captain, who is going to move slightly closer to the darkness and try to throw another dagger in the direction that just tried to push him. Ranged. 14?
Yep.
All right. So he had disadvantage. He had a 14 and a 20, so...
And that drops darkness.
Oh, no.
Right, I will...
There be
edit
light.
that on your token. Did it disappear for everybody?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't see it in there.
Okay. I can still see it, but I'll keep it there just in case we turn it back on.
I still see it too. That's weird.
Oh, really?
I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see it on the stream.
Okay, good. I got rid of it completely.
There we go.
And he looks at you as he hits, he goes, "Ah, there you are, you slimy." Boris, it is your turn, and Key, you are not on deck. I was gonna say Key, you're on deck, but you're actually Key, you're below deck after Boris.
Yep.
How bad does Illy look? Like barely hanging on?
She's not barely holding on, but she is having a bad day.
She's having a bad day, and she's still prone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So then this swing is with advantage. Jesus. That's not going to do anything.
No. Unfortunately. Advantage in everything.
Even if I didn't have Great Weapon Master on, those would have been horrible rolls.
Yeah.
Boris is just gonna shift in between the two and then move to there.
All right.
And then then that's his turn. He looks very frustrated right now.
All right. Key, you're up.
All right. He's gonna look around the lower deck, seeing all the people caged, going, "Oh, this is definitely bad." And then in their best space farm boy impression, "Hi, I'm Key. I'm here to rescue you."
You see a group of people. There's probably about 6 of them. Sorry, there are 6 of them. There is a Harrigan woman, a grung, an elf man, and a human female, and chained to the wall with a distinct collar around his neck is a Leonin gentleman who looks up and he goes, if you unleash me, I will kill them."
Sounds good to me.
All right.
he's going to I don't know if you want me to roll lockpicking for every single one of them, or
give me one to get in the cage, and then give me one to free him if you want to do him first. If not, nobody else is restrained in the way that he is.
All right.
Can't he just walk through the bars?
Actually,
He can, but that's not going to let the other people out.
Okay, so roll 2 thieves tools check, right?
Yep.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
And I will give you advantage because you came in here with a plan.
Also, I want to point out, I don't think, because I have as a rogue, I get skill expertise, but I don't think on my sheet it says I have a thieves tools as part of my expertise. So if I roll it, +2 then to those, I guess, right?
What's your dexterity bonus?
It is, I have a +2 to my dexterity bonus.
Yeah, so then, it should be if you have proficiency in it already marked, then it should be another +2.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and roll for those.
Okay, here's the first roll. Oh. Dexterity. That is 17, so with the +2, that's 19 for the first roll.
You absolutely get through. Describe what it looks like as you use your unique method of picking a lock.
His way of unlocking things is different from most rogues because they actually just insert their fingers into the keyhole, and their fingers actually morphs into the thieves' tools that they need, and it kind of say an organic lock picking. So the people down there will hear a series of clicking sounds as the pins are moved in a series until each of them are kind of pressed up. There we go. All right, let's see. All right. Oh, and also, before I forget, he has some friends up there. There's Mira. She's a really pretty elf, and then there's big muscly fella named Boris, and and kind of I guess you could say a nerdy looking one called Eb. So you see them, don't hurt them. Those are Key's friends. They're helping.
He kind of like nods to you, and you can see he's just wearing like red cloth, and he's just like pulling. He's ready to go.
Here's my second roll. 30. Oh, 26.
Woo! And a nat 20.
Nat 20.
You not only free him, you easily take both collars off of him, and you notice that before his arms drop and he looks up, and you see his body kind of get bigger as he sort of rages, and he's gone out the side and through the thing. But with your nat 20, I'm going to give you the bonus of there's a set of coins on a string at his feet that is very similar to the set of coins that your friend Kadir wears. And I'm also going to give you one other bonus. As he makes it out, because of the way you were able to easily get through everything, he grabs a spear that was in a barrel next to the things, and he is gone.
He's going to call out to all the former prisoners, going, "Uprising! Uprising! Stand up to your oppressor! Overthrow the Potentarians! No, stop!"
So the rest of everybody seems a little scared, and again, one is a child. The rest, none of them seem to be warriors, but they seem to be happy and like a little confused.
The children can stay with Key, but everybody else, if you can take up weapons, that would be a great big help.
So give me a persuasion check, and then that's going to be your turn.
Gotcha. hit.
All right, we'll get to that in a second. It is going to be Millie's turn, who is going to swing at our good friend Boris. And then after Millie's turn, does anybody need a break?
I would like to use the restroom.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm getting close.
Okay. All right. Does a 16 get you, Boris?
It does not.
Oh. As her sword hits against the rippling muscles, it does not seem to pierce the beast that is Boris with a whole ass 16. Jesus. And yeah, with that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break to let everybody run to the restroom. And then we're going to come back and finish our epic battle. I will stay to talk with chat, because I don't need to go. So yeah, you can feel free to keep me on, God, or cameraman Joe. Yeah, things are getting tense. Oh, Vladdy was in the chat. Hey, Vladdy. Oh, November, how was work? You're back. Are you done with work, or are you watching from work? Oh, same cat lady. Hello. Welcome back. Glad you came back to join us. I will take this time to remind everybody that we do have donation slots if you want to help or hurt in combat, or if you just want to cause chaos. Those are in the chat and available for you. We will have those every time that we stream. They are going to change a little bit as we grow and add more things. If there's something that you would like to see us add, please give your suggestions. Yeah, this has been quite the turn of events, as our team has turned against the client that hired them. Very justly. Our donation goals are going to be $5 to give inspiration, $10 to give a hat of vermin, which is a random terrible gift you can give somebody, $10 to heal somebody. If you want to heal Illy, I think Illy or Eb have currently taken the most damage. Boris is looking he's good. He's okay. He's Boris. He's gonna be fine. But you could still heal Boris if you would like. And then 15 to give somebody lucky. And 20 to do a random gift of the Mallard, which they would receive even in combat. And I don't know how that's gonna affect anything. That would be chaotic, because everything on that list is pure chaos. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. We do this every 2 weeks. I believe we are going to miss the 4th of July. So stay tuned for our schedule after that. All right. And we'll give everybody a chance to get back, and we'll get back to this epic battle at sea. Shout out to Incarnate. Incarnate is the is what I use to make these maps, and I made this completely from scratch. The ships, the Kraken that everybody seems to have forgotten about, under the ships, the waves, all of the textures, all of that was done through Incarnate. They don't sponsor the channel, but if I was to get a sponsor, that they would be on my list of ones I would want, because I do really love their maps. And John is actually the person who got me using Incarnate. So yeah, if you yourself are a DM or know a DM, please reach out and make sure they're okay. But also, Tell them about Incarnate. I'm practicing for when they do sponsor us. Welcome back.
It's a good practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, fingers crossed that it happens. And they do. They supply a fantastic amount of art. They've got great shading, great backgrounds, nice, easy to use tools. It's an easy commercial to write.
Yeah. It looks good. You can see the quality.
Cheap.
Yeah. It's super cheap, and they have a free version too, so you don't even have to pay for it. I pay for it because I want all the pretty textures. And I'm a sucker for detail. A lot of these maps take me hours to make, because I just sit there and go, you know what, that needs to be this color, that needs to be this shade. And the biggest challenge I had was turning these sails black and then adding the pirate flag.
I was going to ask about that.
Yeah. It was very annoying to get that all perfect. Viva la Revolution! We are back. We're going to do thumbs up around the table if you're ready to go. Thumbs down if you need more time. All right. Back in the action. This orc sees I believe she is still prone, Illy. And he's not the smartest fish in the water, but he knows an easy target when he sees one.
Does he?
Well, it's hard to hit at that angle when you're throwing a javelin. Unfortunately, even with advantage, similar to Boris, he is missed. This is the best defensive position that Illy has been in all night. She has dodged 2 attacks on the ground. As the orc yells out in frustration, "Bullshit!" Eb, and then Mira.
Now having 2 knives sticking out of him, Eb will sort of cough up a little bit of blood, look over to the captain, who is probably advancing in his general direction, and is going to cast Phantasmal Force.
Ooh.
What I would like the captain to see are the arms of the slaves who have died on or passed through his ship, reaching out of the deck, crawling up his legs, and just gouging great big tracts of flesh out as they go.
All right, you can craft an illusion that takes root in the mind. Creature that can see within range. The target must make an intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, you create a phantasmal object, creature, or otherwise visible phenomenon. That counts. That is no larger than 10 feet, so that's all around him. Perceivable only to the target for the duration. The spell has no effect on undead constructs, which is not. Blah, blah, blah. Sound, temperature, all of that. All the classic illusion things are going to be there. While a target is affected, the target treats the phantasm as if it was real. The target's rationale is illogical. Oh, fun.
So my hope is that he will not be able to move towards me to murder me in the face.
If the target survives the fall. So this is until... I'm just making sure here. Each round on your turn, the phantasmal can deal 1d6 of psychic damage to the target if it is in the same. All right, so the target perceives the damage as appropriate. Okay, so he's got to make this save every turn.
No, he gets to make the save once, and then going forward, he can spend his action to use an investigation check to try to disbelieve the illusion.
Okay. All right. What does he need to beat for this?
Just a 14.
And it's a wisdom?
Intelligence.
Oh.
Awesome.
Yeah, and he takes the 2 psychic damage as the horror of these hands and chains come reaching out at his legs and clawing at his feet. from below the deck. Is that your turn?
That is part of my turn. I am then going to telekinetically shove the tabaxi here at the foot of the stairs. Or try to.
Okay.
So strength save or move 5 feet.
What you do? What's he got to beat?
14.
And an 11 will not do it.
Outstanding. And then Eb
Nice.
runs, trying not to scream like a little bullied nerd, back to hide behind Mira.
Okay.
Bleeding from 2 dagger wounds as he does it.
The 3 mirrors that are there. Safety in numbers.
Even better for me. Yes. And that will end my turn.
Mira, that is going to bring us to your turn.
Yeah. Seeing everything that's going on, I'm going to cast Chaos Bolt at Illy. Which one?
Illy is on the
wait.
ground, so you would get
Uh-huh.
advantage against her.
Okay, yeah. Let's cast it at Illy.
Go for it.
Yep. Ooh, advantage. Oh.
Yeah, good thing you have advantage. So you roll
Yeah.
a natural 1, which would have been your normal roll,
Well,
and a natural 20, which is your advantage roll. So that's going to be a sweet 25, and then 16 plus 9 damage. What type of damage is this as you cast your Chaos Bolt, which is my favorite of your spells?
Emphasis on the chaos.
Yeah.
yeah. So what do I do?
Please set the boat on fire.
It's an 8 and a 3. I think that's...
I'm going to make it. Sorry, not fire. I'm going to make it thunder.
Well, you don't want to do the fire?
Okay.
All right, so you
Mira doesn't have an
lash-
affiliation with fire.
Yeah. But you do have an affiliation to chaos as lightning strikes, and she takes how much damage? That's
25. You had it right.
25 points of damage. And she is not looking good, as she is now singed head to toe, and blood coming out of her. Yeah, she's seen better days. But she might have a chance to get up and do something about it. But
Jeez.
before she does, there's a loud breaking of a door and a scream that only an animal could make, as one of these tabaxi guards is very surprised. And he is no longer there, but standing covered in his blood is a Leonin with a spear, completely unarmed, wearing no armor, but just his goldish white fur that now has blood on it, and he has a long flowing mane. But yes, with a swift crack of that door, you hear the wood splinter, an explosion, and a slight scream as he is holding the body of this tabaxi above him in blood. And he lets out
Rising!
He lets out a mighty, mighty roar. That echoes across the deck.
Viva la revolution! Viva la key!
Lucky.
Viva la key. Illy, in her in her very distressed state, tries to stand. She's going to use her movement to get up and not be prone. And then she's going to once again not swing her dagger that is still inside of her stomach, but in anger swing at Boris. 23.
That'll hit.
That'll hit for half damage because you are still raging. Slowly chipping away at the mountain that is Boris. And that is going to be her turn. And the Tabaxi captain is going to try to attack the Leonin that just came on deck.
Point of order: the Tabaxi captain is being eviscerated by
you're
spooky,
right.
ghosty things.
You're right. Thank you. The Captain Tabaxi is currently fighting his inner demons. Or, now outward demons. He is going to try to swing at those arms. Let's see how that goes for him. So you said he needs to do an investigation check to see if they're real?
Yeah, he has. So first off, he has to have a reason to try to disbelieve them.
Yep. So
And
first
then-
he's going to do his attack, and that's going to be his action.
Right, and then he can use his action as an investigation, or to perform an investigation on them.
Let's see how this goes for him. He does swing, and he hits the arms, but doesn't hit the arms as the blade goes through, wasting his turn. And he screams in frustration. Boris, you're up, and then Key, you are still below deck.
So Illy stood up, right?
Oh yeah, she's up. For now.
Okay.
The way her day's
But
going,
she
let's,
is. She's pretty messed up, yeah.
Oh yeah, she is bleeding. She is singed. Her hair is a mess. You can now very clearly tell the difference between the two.
Okay. So Boris is going to use reckless attack, but not great weapon master. So 15 hits.
A 15 does not hit.
Now Boris is very upset. He snarls.
Anything else?
No, unfortunately.
All right. Key, you were not able to persuade the non-combative prisoners to attack, but they do give you a rapier from the barrel.
All right. He kind of looks at it and goes, well, okay. All right, you all stay down here. Close the door until we come back and just be safe. And I'm guessing going back the way he came from would be faster than going through the two decks.
It's impossible for you to go back the way you came because you would have to go up about 15 feet to touch the ceiling and then go up through that crevice and then do that again. It would be much faster to run up the stairs.
Oh, okay. Then he's gonna go run up the stairs using all their action, I guess. And as soon as they get up there, he's gonna yell at his friends, I brought a friend, and points at the Leonin.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you actually run past him on his side as he is just reveling in the Tabaxi he just murdered, and place you there.
Okay. If possible, could I, instead of being like right next to danger, could I like hide behind something, at least?
You're not right next to danger. That red circle is the Leonin. He's your friend.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's, As far as Key knows, he's your friend.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure I don't get skewered as
Yeah.
soon as I just pop up.
Yep. No, there's no enemy there. He eviscerated that guy.
Gotcha. He brought a friend.
Anything else?
Let's see.
I will give you.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If you want to move 15 feet, you can.
Can I move as close as I possibly can to Key's stuff?
Sure.
Actually, would they land on their stuff?
No, your stuff is still over in front of Mira,
Okay.
Mhm.
which is more than 15 feet from you.
Okay.
But you do have a sword and lockpicking tools.
Gotcha. Then wait. Okay. So I'm right next to Leonin.
So you could still go and attack somebody.
Okay.
You're just naked. That's it. And who
Yeah.
cares?
Yeah. You know what? Sure.
Now it's a party.
You know what? I'll have Key move. I have Key move over here to create a flanking situation with Boris.
You would need to move right here, and yes, you can.
All right, and Key is going to poke at one of the twins. I don't know which one that is.
That's fine. You weren't here for the discrepancy.
Okay. So I'm gonna have Key poke him with the rapier.
Okay. I believe you have a rapier.
I don't. I have a short sword.
Well, let's say I gave you a short sword. You have a short sword.
Okay. Gotcha. And I believe that's an advantage because I am creating a flanking event.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Oh, good advantage. You would have had a 6, but with advantage of 22. Let's go. And that's going to be 8 piercing. And I'll even give you the sneak attack because she didn't know you were coming. Well, he did yell Kiva la Revolution.
But he's flanking, which gives
Yeah,
him
he's
advantage.
has
Yeah.
advantage,
Oh,
which
sneak
gives him
attack.
sneak.
Flanking.
Mhm.
Oh,
Sneak
yeah.
attack.
All right. So, Key, what does it look like as you kill Illy?
Well, let's see. You know what? As Key barrels out from under the deck, the first person that he sees that isn't a friend at this point, he assumes it's Illy because she's from the ship and been keeping people hostage. She looks up, she was about to say something, and then Key just shoves the short sword into her open mouth, and then ripping the blade out again, causing kind of a arcing fountain of blood.
And then
Nice.
it makes an arc of blood, and there's a tiny rainbow as you
And-
you kill.
And Key yells out, "Revolution!"
All right, and I believe that's your turn.
Yep.
Bringing us to Millie, who is not very happy. It is going to move in to try to attack Key. Unfortunately, putting herself in that same position, but Key did just murder her twin sister. So instead of 1 attack, she's going to do 2. All right, so a 10. I assume even out of armor does not hit you.
Yep, the 10 doesn't hit, but the rapier does.
All right, so you're gonna take that 10 piercing as she screams out in rage. And let's see. if
Key
my-
regrets nothing.
Let's see if my boy can be lucky. As he throws his javelin at her. Does not hit. Unfortunately. And you hear him yell, "Ah, Lucky Bob has never been so unlucky." Eb, you are up.
All right. So from where he sits. Oh wait, I apologize. Hang on 1 second. I gotta check the range on this.
And Mira, you're going to be on deck.
60 feet. Yeah, that's plenty. All right. So from where he stands, he will look over to the captain and yell, "Suffer!" and hit him with Mind's Sliver.
Oh,
it's a good spell.
Rude. You're gonna hit him with the Mind Sliver. He has to make the DC 14 or get the disadvantage, right?
Yep.
What save is that? Remind me.
It as it says in chat, it's an intelligence save.
Okay. I'm just asking because I have to switch to his sheet. And...
I'm just reminding you that that information should always show up in the spell cards.
Yep.
Nice. That's the kind of roll I like to see.
Oh, a natural 1.
So he's going to take a -4 when he tries to disbelieve that illusion, should he ever attempt, or should he survive long enough to attempt it. And then in his head, using Awakened Mind, he will hear, "Your innocence is a lie. There is only justice. Through justice, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, their chains are broken." And I will do another 1d6 points of damage from the Phantasmal Force. So he's going to take that 5.
All right.
And that will end my turn.
All right. He does, as like a tear rolls down his eye. Mira.
And did I see that orc try to hit Millie?
Yes.
Cool.
He's
All
been
right.
doing that for a while.
Yeah. I'm casting Dissonant Whispers on Millie.
Okay.
And, well, let's see if it works first.
Go for it. Do it.
Needs
All
to do
right.
a Wisdom saving throw.
Get him.
It's such a great spell.
You know, I'm very familiar with it at this point.
What is, out of curiosity, what do your Dissonant Whispers look like when you cast it?
Yeah, what do you say to Millie?
Does it work? Because then I'll tell you what she said.
Well, you still say it regardless.
Uh-huh. I'm going to change my voice to try to sound like her sister and be like, "Why didn't you save me? Why? How could you let me die?"
Okay. Ooh.
Seriously brutal.
Yeah.
Damn.
She needed to make a 13. She did make it with a 16. Unfortunately.
That's okay. She just takes half my poor roll damage.
Which is going to be 7, half. So
Bad
3.
roll.
You know, it was a good idea. Honestly, great plan.
Yeah, Boris was hoping
If-
it was gonna work.
If it would have worked, whoa, the amount of damage.
I feel Gem should get at least 1 extra damage just for the fact that of the plan. 1.
I
Well,
feel like
point
I
damage.
took psychic damage from the words she used, though.
Seriously.
The DM took damage, if it helps. They were such nice twins, and now they're dead. Well, they weren't nice. They were bad
They
guys.
deserved it.
The Tabaxi captain is going to try to check this illusion with a -4, right?
Correct.
And that is intelligence.
Yep. bringing it down to a 10, which does not beat my DC.
No, it does not.
Oh,
The illusion
job.
persists as his nightmare continues.
I forgot how cool Mind Sliver was. Thank you, Jen.
It's a nasty combo.
Mm-hmm.
Boris.
Oh boy.
Actually, sorry. Before Boris, our Leonin friend is going to come and add to his pile of bodies and delete this Tabaxi from the field. Now, Boris, if you wish.
Alrighty. Boris once again is. Oh, he doesn't have to reckless attack, does he? He's got
And Boris, I
He's
think
got
he has
advantage.
Flanking.
Yeah, flanking.
He's got key, a very naked key.
Well,
Key
honestly,
is the key to his advantage.
exactly. I mean, you know, fighting naked and everything. You can't take your
Riding
off.
naked does give you an advantage. I checked.
Can confirm. Can confirm.
Yeah.
Can I say Key created kind of like around his bottom area a pixelated, you know, slime thing?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's never seen one of those. He doesn't know what naked people look like.
Paul, I'm gonna need you to put these dice in dice jail.
Yeah. How do you do that on roll 20? Jesus.
I think we know that that's not gonna hit.
No, that's not gonna come anywhere close.
Unfortunately, anything else, Boris?
Yeah, I wish there was, but there's not a lot I can do other than beat
I
the
will-
shit out of things with swords.
I will give
Level-
you something else.
Level 3.
Okay.
Boris, the name Lucky Bob. Does that sound familiar to you?
Oh yeah, Lucky Bob does sound familiar.
Lucky
Forgot about-
Bob does sound familiar to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes it does. Forgot about Lucky Bob. God, that was a long time
Yeah.
ago.
So, your former, not captain, but former first mate,
First mate.
Lucky Bob, has been chucking spears in your direction. Anything you want to say or do? Or javelins, sorry.
You know, I Boris is in total rage and he's just missed 3 rounds in a row. So I'm gonna say he hasn't quite figured out Lucky Bob yet, because
Okay,
yeah, he's bright like that.
got it. But that name is ringing in there.
It's like, what, Lucky Bob? What?
Yeah. Key, you are up.
All right, let us sneak attack.
Do
Alright.
it.
And with advantage.
And in all of your nudity and
Oh!
Lord,
Oh!
Nice.
Oh! Oh!
fighting naked helps.
Yes!
All right. I will. A nat
I mean, that is
20.
that is damn near max damage.
A
Yeah.
nat 20. Yeah, for almost max damage. Is it 8 plus 8 on your sneak attack, which is 16, and then a 7 plus 6 on your piercing. 16 plus 14? 30?
That's
40
30.
damage.
That's 30. That's
Okay.
30 points of damage in one shot. At level
Yeah.
what?
Nice.
That's a Boris
At
shot
level
right
3.
there.
Jesus.
From a naked rogue with a short sword.
Who doesn't
Achievement?
specialize in melee, by the way.
No, he's a ranged fighter.
Achievement
Maybe you have a
unlocked.
new profession in your life.
Be naked, win. Be naked, do crime. Yeah, you absolutely take a huge chunk out of Millie as her back is turned to Boris, and when you slice, she actually drops her dagger. You've done so much damage to her that she cannot hold the dagger in the other hand, which is gonna lose her multi-attack that she got as soon as her sister died. So good job.
All right. Well, since you said that, I was
Oh,
wondering if I could use the thieves skill of. Let's see here. Actually, fast hands.
Is it an action?
Bonus action.
Put it in the chat for me. I'm not familiar with all this roguey bullshit.
I'm going to
Fast
use
hands starting at level 3. You can, as a bonus action granted by your cunning action, make a dexterity sleight of hand check. Use your sleeve tools to disarm a trap, open a lock, or take the use of an object action. What are you trying to do?
I want to catch that drop dagger she dropped. So I get the multi-attack now.
That's not how that works, but I will give you stole her dagger.
All right.
And she cannot pick it back up.
He's like, yoink, mine!
Yeah. I'm not going to give you multi-attack, but, you know.
Are you gonna eat it, Key?
All right. That brings it to her turn, where she is going to swing once more at Key.
Ooh. Oh, I think I'm dead. Yeah.
With 22 and 11 damage, Key goes down for the revolution.
Ah!
You know, just gonna turn Key sideways. Bloop. That is her turn.
He got tapped by the rapier.
I was actually at 8. Oh.
Uh,
They said Key is not a melee fighter.
yeah. Once more, with his javelins, his... Ooh.
Nice.
Lucky Bob finally getting lucky with his nat 20 doing a 14 damage piercing on top of the damage that Key had already done. And Millie is looking a little bit like Illy, covered in blood and a javelin lodged in her leg. Bringing us to Eb, the astrologist. And Mira, you're on deck.
Once again, Eb will say, "Suffer," as he hits him with a mind sliver.
All right. DC 14.
Yep. Intelligence save, if you please.
Thank you. The real issue is I have the mind of a squirrel, and as soon as it's not in front of me, I forget what it was.
I feel you.
Oof.
Curses.
Ooh.
Well, all right.
Unfortunately, he does not suffer.
Well, about that, then as the phantasmal forces continue to rip into him, I want to say something along the lines of, in his head, still psychically connected, he will hear, "But I am come to take you to the other place, to eternal darkness and ice and fire." And he will take another 6 points of psychic damage.
All right.
And that's all I got.
These dark whispers of the mind are coming through pretty hard tonight. Speaking of which, Mira.
Yeah. Question: what is the tentacle thing doing?
That's a good question. That's a great question.
That determines what I'm doing.
From where you are, it doesn't seem to be attacking, or doesn't seem to be doing much of anything other than holding your ship to the other ship.
Okay.
But you could do a perception check if you would like.
Yeah.
Let the tentacles vibe.
I would
Give
like-
me a perception check, and then an arcane check at advantage. We'll do this quickly.
Perception.
Oh,
Woo!
Nice.
You know what? Don't even give me that arcane check.
Okay.
Don't even, darling, don't worry about it. You're beautiful. You got this. A nat 20 on your perception check. You notice that the gentleman who is standing here, who seems to be a paler merfolk, has had his hands up this entire time, and it seems to be that he is holding a spell. You could tell from your insane perception that that spell is connected to the Kraken that is beneath both ships. He is literally communing with the Kraken to make it hold the two ships together.
All right. Well, seeing that, then I am going to cast.
And you're
Chaos
certain that he
Bolt.
was the cause of the fog. Sorry.
Cool. That's all I needed to know. Then I'm casting Chaos Bolt on Millie.
All right. Let's blame it on the rain. A 14, unfortunately, is not going to hit.
Dang. Yep.
Anything else?
Nope. That's all I got.
All right.
Level 3.
Soon. That brings us to our captain, who is going to try to investigate. And he does not succeed as he continues to suffer under these hands that have begun to pull him down as he has gone prone as they pull at him. Boris, you're up, and then Key, you got to be ready with your death saving throw.
All right. So Millie looks pretty messed up, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. This time I will reckless attack.
All right.
No great weapon master.
No, okay.
22. All right.
I think you know that a 22 will definitely hit.
That's 11 points.
Boris, what does it look like when you send Millie to meet her sister
Yes.
in the great, great beyond?
Nice.
So before Key went down,
Oh,
He-
F disappeared.
he slashed her and the blood sprayed all over his face, and he raged even harder than he normally rages and just takes a swing at her and cuts her rapier hand or her complete arm off, and then lodges the sword into her ribs and then slides it out as it just sort of nicks the side of her heart as she collapses over.
And Millie, the slaver pirate of 2, is now gone. And then Key, I need a death.
Wait, hang on, I'm not
oh,
done.
sorry. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I took her down, so that means I have a bonus attack.
A bonus attack
And
with.
that's 25 feet.
Wait, it's a bonus attack within range of you, right?
Nope.
Can you put it in the
Yep.
chat for me? You didn't use your great weapon master as a point of reference.
But yeah, that's only the -5 attack.
Okay, let
I
me see.
still get on a crit, or if I reduce a creature to 0,
He
I
is
can
correct.
make one melee weapon attack as a bonus action. Does not say it has to be with where I'm currently standing.
Okay.
It is better than the old cleave.
Yeah,
So
because I was thinking cleave, which is right next
Yeah.
to one another. All right, go for it.
Boris charges up to the top of the deck where the captain is, screaming for key on his way up.
Viva la key!
And takes a swing. 19 hits.
It does.
That'll be 7 points of slashing damage.
All right.
And that will end my turn.
All right, Key. Now I need to rush to kill you. Give me a death saving throw.
Fingers crossed. 17.
Key, you feel quiet. You feel asleep. But then you have that experience similar to the one you had earlier, where it's like a dream, but it's a memory. But it's actually a memory you remember. You remember the first time Master Locke brought you to the Adventurers Guild. And you remember the first time hearing Master Locke say, "Oh, he'll eat anything." And then Master Shibu giving you a sardine ice cream. And it's one of your happiest memories as you cling to life. At the end of Key's turn, our large Leonin friend is going to come to here. He is going to... Let's see if this all... We'll play fair. Yes, he's going to do that. Using his raging strength, he is going to grab the Tabaxi captain by his throat and lift him up over the edge. And release. And as he falls, he struggles to grab on. But something grabs a hold of him. As a mighty tentacle wraps around the Tabaxi captain, crushing him and pulling him beneath the ocean. And with that, unless somebody wants to fight Lucky Bob, we are out of combat. Eb, do you want to do something?
I do. I do not want to fight Lucky Bob, but I do want to secure our badly wounded compatriot.
Yeah, go for it.
Eb will sprint across the deck, popping open one of the very expensive healing potions he just purchased. Find something that, I'm so sorry to say it this way, but find something that looks like an orifice and upend the healing potion into whatever part of my new friend that I can.
All right, roll for the healing.
Healing potion enema.
I hope not. I really hope. I hope I get the
We'll
right
say
answer.
on the head.
There's no wrong answers with a blob.
Yeah, true.
Oh, but there are. All right, so heal you 6 hit points.
Do I go up to 6 now?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. And I don't have to roll any more death saves, right?
You do not.
Correct.
Key, you feel suddenly a warm liquid fill your body, and you pop up with a bottle still in what would be your forehead. And you're looking around. You are sitting there. You are naked and alive.
He's gonna look around and go, did we win?
Ed's gonna reach up and takes the empty bottle back.
Mira,
with a pop sound.
what would you like to do?
Yeah, while that's all happening, since the stuff's right in front of me, I would have grabbed it and brought it over to him, watching while he's being healed.
Perfect. Oh. Did I say we were out of combat?
Yes, you did.
I lied.
Ah.
In that case, may I finish my turn?
Yeah, what else would you like to do?
I would like to psychically connect with the Leonin, and we are friends. We are here to free you.
Okay. Eb, you see a shadow, a large shadow, cross from one of the masts straight down to you, and then standing. Oh, ignore that.
What was that?
Yeah, right.
Standing there behind you
That's not better.
Oi.
is a very large werewolf
Why?
that has just slammed against the deck
The
As
smell
it-
of urine fills the air.
as it leapt to the ground.
He's gonna
And
look up.
then it reaches out to strike at you. And the
Disbelieve
claws
illusion?
come right to your neck as they stop. And a little bit of blood dribbles down as they slightly pierced you. And then the werewolf leans in, pulling you closer. And he gives a big sniff. Hammer claw. And then he leans back, and then his form begins to shrink. And where there was once a giant of a creature, now stands this man. Shirtless, with his robes to the sides, stands before you a very dark-skinned man with dark eyes and a shaved head, no facial hair to speak of. He has scars all about his body, but particularly there are scars around his neck. Lots of them ingrained through his flesh, a rattling of scars. And he shrinks down to a shape. And he looks at you and he goes,
It's you,
name.
Eb.
And he sniffs the air and he goes, show me your signet, boy.
I pull out both of them, the signet and the new bag.
He looks it over and he smells it, and then he hands it back to you. And he goes, good, you're with us. I almost sorry. I lost me temper there. When he begins to put on his robes, as he stands there. And now you are out of combat.
He's gonna kind of look around, goes, "What just happened?"
Eb's eyes roll back up into his head, and he was like just out like a light.
So we are out of combat. Does anybody want to do anything else?
He's going to try to wake up his friend who saved him.
Okay.
Wake up! Wake up! It was just a scratch.
Oh, I had the most awful dream. I was on a boat, and there was a wolf, and then he was the boss. And then oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, it all happened. It
Oh.
wasn't a dream.
Okay.
What happened?
I need a drink.
So the man who was just a werewolf a moment ago, cracks his neck and he goes, "I'm Solo.
I'm Key.
Hi, Key. Lovely to meet you. Thank
What did you
you.
do to my friend?
I believe I scared the piss out of him.
It's a very enthusiastic greeting, sir.
Well, you're lucky you're one of mine.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing, it's fine.
Do you want to roll an insight?
Yes. Yes, I most definitely do.
Cool, against my deception?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Oh, son of a bitch!
He's gonna kind of whisper to Boris, "Are we gonna fight this one too?"
Woo! A
100%.
20 versus a nat 1.
Nice.
It was
Yeah,
every bit as believable as it sounded.
It's not cool and it's not fine. In fact, you're most certain that he is hiding something. And it is very obvious to even Solo, who just introduced himself, who will turn to you and say, he used to work for me. Still does, kind of.
I'm doing what?
Let's just say I am a conscientious objector to slavery.
And let's just say I'm a conscious killer of slavers.
And
Good. Boris
and-
like you.
Eb will adjust his collar, and for the first time you can see scars along his neck that are similar to some of the ones that Solo has.
Yes, not quite as intense, but there is
Not nearly
a,
as intense.
a little bit of scarring around his neck.
2 and 2 together.
He's gonna look around, look at the pirates from the other boat, looks at the werewolf guy, looks at the Leonin, and goes, "So, we cool now?
As you look over to the Leonin, he seems to be just dropped to his knees, and sort of downtrodden, as he sits there at the edge of the deck.
Is he visibly injured at all?
He is not. That blood is everybody else's blood.
He's gonna kind of bumble their way, bounce over the Leonin, and goes, kind of tap their shoulder, goes, "Hey, are you okay? I think the fight's over. I think we won. Pretty sure we won."
You notice that he's kind of just sad and out of it, and kind of like his hand is around where the collar is.
Oh yeah. Key's gonna pull out from themselves the necklace of coins. He goes, "Oh, Key's friend Kadir has something similar like this, and it seems really important. You're probably sad because you thought it was missing. Don't worry, he kept it safe for you."
And he takes it from you and he holds it, and you could see him like clench it in his fist, and he looks up at you and he begins to cry. He goes,
"Oh, it's okay, buddy.
Thank
okay,
you.
buddy."
This is more important than you could ever know. Thank you, friend Key, friend of Kadir.
Yay, friends!
And after a moment, he says, I trained with Kadir. I hope he is well.
He's okay. He's just resting back at home. We should probably get back there. He'll probably be really happy to see you.
I would not want him to see me like this, dishonored.
Oh,
Um,
you two are friends. Of course you want to see your friends.
Eb,
I've never gotten to examine a collar in this kind of circumstances. Can I take a look at it to see if there's any way to get it off of him?
yes, you can. Go up and investigate.
Didn't Key remove the collar?
No.
Oh.
Move the
So
shackles.
you removed the shackles.
okay.
The collar does not have a lock for key to pick.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, a nat 20. Let me
With
get
the-
back to that because that's a nat 20. Across the deck, you hear a familiar voice, Boris, as he goes, "Ah, shit! Boris, is that you?" And coming from Captain Steak, from across the deck. And Lucky Bob goes, "No, Boris is much bigger."
What are you talking about, Lucky Bob? Or still big?
You have not been eating. You have not been drinking enough.
This is
Lucky
true.
Bob thinks you have been unlucky.
Well, maybe you have a big barrel of meat and then I get fat again.
We get you fat again. And the man who was using the Kraken lowers his hands and exhaustingly falls to the ground as the other merfolk helps him. Captain Steak, you, Boris, are these people with you?
Yes, these are compatriots from Adventurers Guild, and I'm sorry I killed your shipmate. We didn't know we carry slave until right this minute.
You know, we'll cross that when we can. It happens. I'm gonna need an explanation, though, my friend. And he, Captain Steak is a tanner, dark-skinned gentleman with really thick curly hair, with braids about, and he does have a goatee, and he has this swagger about him. But those who are very perceptive notice he doesn't move too far from the center of the ship at any point. And he does seem to be kind of like, "I'll say hi to you from over here," in his body language.
Yes, I explained, but this one, Mira, she's pretty smart. Not as smart.
You may
as
do so now.
Boris, but you know, she's not bad. So she
Hey, and who be as smart as Boris?
not many people.
Not many people. Yes, pretty and smart.
I don't know if I would still be over there.
Oh, what are you up to, Mira?
While the Leonid is getting consoled, while this reunion's happening, I want to lean over to Solo. That's his name?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mr. Slave Killer.
Please,
I'm not the-
call me Solo.
I'm not the best at helping someone in distress with emotions, and I'm not. While this reunion's cute, how about we go ransack the captain's quarters?
We'll be taking the whole ship. We need 2 ships to get everyone back to Quarter Zone.
Okay. Well, I would like to see what's in there. You
If
can
you
join
find-
me or not.
Miss, if you find booty in there, it's all yours. I don't do it for the money.
Your loss.
Yeah, he does not seem too interested in the booty of either kind in this instance.
Mhm.
So yeah, you can go and search the captain's quarters if you would like. So slowly, everybody begins to learn about the pirates and learn that they're going to take both ships back to Corazon, where they will take you to the Adventurers Guild and you can teleport safely back. You learn that Boris once sailed with these pirates and they are good friends. You learn in the trip, you'll also learn that Captain Stake can't swim and is actually afraid of water, so he stays at the center of the ship at any given point. And you will learn that Lucky Bob is not very lucky. He will tell you the story. Lucky Bob got kicked in head by mule 6 times. Could have been 7. Very lucky. And he tells many stories like that, very often. And anytime you guess anything, he goes, "You are correct, sir. Very true. You are correct, sir." At most anything you say. He seems to be on par in intelligence with Boris. They seem to be on a very similar wavelength.
Super smart.
Super smart.
One of a kind intelligence.
One of a kind. Nobody smarter. The merfolk who casts the magic with the Kraken, he does not speak ever. Attempts to speak to him fail in any regard. The other merfolk lets you know that he is sworn to a vow of silence and cannot speak. Even attempts to speak to him through his mind do not avail you anything. He cannot, because of his agreement, he cannot speak. The Leonin is quiet for most of the trip, but does allow his collar to be examined in hopes that there is some way to get it off. Now, with the natural 20 on your investigation, it's time to learn everything about these collars. You know that it is magical in nature. You know that whatever magic is binding it is powerful beyond a way that you can imagine. Even with detect magic, which I'm not sure you have. Do you have? Let me know if you have it. You could tell that this is a type of magic.
No.
Even without it, and you're not 20, I'll give you, you can tell that this is a type of magic that you are not familiar with. It feels primordial in nature. Solo is there with you. He explains that the collar can't be removed once it is placed on. The few instances that it has been removed, the release of magic has damaged the person, removing their head from their neck. And he points to his scars, as he is one of the few people to actually break free of one, nearly ending his own life. And if not for the combination of his werewolf and extra bonus knowledge, shifter form, he would have died. And he was incapacitated for basically months before he could even move or speak without ripping what little flesh he had, even with all of the magical healing.
Oh, that's no joke. Werewolves have insane healing.
Yeah. And that scarring is still as much as he could recover. And to this day, it hurts when he swallows or speaks. The collar also, and I'm going to give you this extra bonus, the magic seems to be attached to something else. Something bigger, something stronger. And you can only tell that it's out there. You can't tell what direction it is in, but you can tell it is there and it is connected to the collar. You also learned that the captain had on him a device which he could use to incapacitate a person wearing a collar or hurt the person wearing the collar, but he never got to use it because he was stuck in an illusion, which allowed the Leonin to grab him and throw him overboard. But the device does not release somebody from the collar.
But we retained the device?
No, it went overboard with the captain. It is very much beneath the sea, but it would not do anything other than activate the collar in a negative way.
I want to find a way to ask my patron intelligence if it knows anything more about this primordial force, connecting it to something ancient, unknowable, etc., etc.
You really want to ask that person for something?
I mean, absolutely, yes, I do. It is
okay.
a calculated risk, and Eb is really bad at math.
Okay, let's do that. Reach out and speak to your patron.
Okay. I wait till we get back to land in some
Smart.
because doing this at sea is suicide. I go far away from absolutely anyone to the highest point that I can. I set out the pepper and cinnamon. I set up a summoning circle. I do all of the things that I have done that I probably erroneously hope will keep me safe. I light them all using prestidigitation, and into a pool of water, I will cut the underside of my wrist and bleed into it in order to summon my patron.
Okay, we're going to get back to that because we're doing it after we get back to land. Does anybody want to do anything else on the travel back to Corazon?
Yeah, I want to know what I found.
You found 600 gold in a chest. You also found documents for the ship's cargo. And you found documents about the information on how the people were procured. You learned that Captain Silver is one of two brothers who the other brother is a bandit who has been taking advantage of the Civil War and capturing people on the roads and then sending them off to be sold at the slave market. And he has a contact in Denra that purchases exotic slaves and pays extra for anyone who is not native to Biale. So any humans or elves that may have escaped from Kaiser to go there. The name at the end of the document is it says W. Fist. All right. And with that, everybody returns to Corazon, where the ship comes in. Everybody comes down off of the deck, and passing by your group, there is a gentleman wearing blue captain's sort of admiralty wear as he passes by. Next to him is an orc, probably the size of which you have never seen before. with a sword almost as big as he is, shaped like a katana, and he has around his neck 6 platinum coins. And those who are extra perceptive will note that this orc also has no pupils in his eyes, as he appears to be blind. And then ahead of him is a dashing half-elf gentleman with black and gray peppered hair pulled into a ponytail, a scar across his left eye, and black and gray scruff coming to a beard as they head towards Captain Steak, Solo, and Lucky Bob.
Jeromy, the blind orc sounds familiar. Does Boris know him?
Boris would know of this person. You have never met the admiral of your particular pirate group,
Right.
but you have heard stories, and you know that the admiral's bodyguard is an orc by the name of Zato, who has a history of almost instantly killing anyone who approaches the admiral in a negative way. He is quiet, and even though he is blind as far as anyone can tell, he is probably one of the most deadly warriors in all of the Isles. Key.
I wasn't able to ask earlier, but he is, after Mira ransacks the captain's quarters, Key's just gonna look, see if there's any, books or papers on anything related to crystals, or machines or anything like that, or is there any gnomes as one of the prisoners? I forgot.
No gnomes. Unfortunately, it's pretty bare as far as books. They were not keen on a bunch of education. Unfortunately.
Okay.
But yeah, sorry. All right. That night, you are joined by that pirate group outside of the Adventurers Guild, where you are fed a very handsome feast. And they explain to you that they have been ransacking slave ships for a while now. And this is why the High King put a bounty on the Pirate King. And they explain to you that the Pirate King isn't even a real thing. It is just a legend that they tell, and the High King is using it to attack their ships as an excuse. You are also met by the guild leader in Corazon, whose name is in my notes. That would be Kipona Viento. That's Kipona, last name Viento, and she is an Air Genasi woman of the Air Genasi tribe. And she assures you that she will write a letter to let the guild know what happened in your defense. And then also that night, our friend Eb goes to talk with, let's say, a god. Eb, what do you want to say to this bowl of water and blood?
O great opener of doors, O holder of all of the keys, O ancient one who existed before the threshold, I seek a way to open an ancient binding. I seek knowledge, and I wish to know more.
Give me a persuasion check at advantage.
All My dice don't me. How's the 25 do?
I got good news and bad news.
Okay.
Good news is he hears you.
That's not necessarily good news.
Bad news is he hears you.
Yeah, all right. Okay, good.
In the bowl, you see the liquid form and shape as the blood and water swirls, and an eye turns and stares directly at you. You cannot move, you cannot blink. Your eyes connect with that eye. And you hear a voice in your head. And it sounds like a language you cannot understand. Originally, it starts to come in and scrapes against your brain. And it hurts, but slowly it begins to make sense.
If you want knowledge, you must find it. And when you do, I will let you know.
And then it's gone. And you black out. And you awake there the next day. At the exact same time that this happens, Mira, who is far away in the village, nowhere near where this happens, suddenly feels something ripping at your brain. And you hear voices, and for a second, you see the bowl, you see the eye, you see Eb's hands, and then you too pass out, but you don't hear what is said. It doesn't make sense to you. It's just gargling noises. And at the same time, both of you pass out. And that is where we will end tonight.
Yeah.
By the way, really quick, could Key kind of is gonna ask if Boris and Eb could keep in touch like pen pals and kind of write back and forth with each other, or at least communicate
With Boris?
and Eb.
Oh yeah, could totally make friends.
Yeah, we'll make friends.
You're both on the same roster.
Yeah.
You're
Yes,
both
you tell Larry to give me message. I come help you.
And any information about crystals would be, or machines would be much appreciated.
About what?
Crystals.
Yep.
Storian crystals.
All right, so that is where we will end tonight. I want to thank our guests, Paul and John, for joining us. And again, sadly, Andrew J. Alendi, who you should definitely still go follow, was not able to join tonight, but will be back in, I think, 3 weeks when we come back, because we are skipping 4th of July. We will confirm that soon. And also follow SpellShots and New Age Geeks on social media for that information, as well as some clips and things that we are going to pull and put together in our downtime. So yes, starting with our guests, please tell us where we can find you and what you're doing. John, go ahead.
Sure. So I'm wrapping up a campaign. You can find me at on Twitch as Tierrelian, or on Instagram as Insomnia John. One of these days I'll consolidate my various identities online. But really what we're doing right now is sort of working out some kinks as we try to not suck at streaming. And you guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much for modeling some of that for us.
Yeah. And Paul, I know that your secret, don't find Paul, he'll find you.
Yeah, I'm on Twitch as Zobfank, Phank. And yeah, my other social media is in disarray, and someday I'll actually create a persona that matches everything.
There you go. And you could also find Paul on those Friday night games over at Beardo 9000. And occasionally you'll see me in there being quite divine. And Jem, where can people find you? Also, lovely flower crown, by the way.
Yeah, happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
You can find me here on New Age Geeks Monday nights most weeks playing Whisper in our other campaign, Forging Fates, or hosting Goodberry Cafe, which is my tabletop RPG show where I invite guests to come play and do tabletop games with me on the second Monday of the month. Our most recent episode, we played Himbo Treasure Hunt, and that just dropped on our YouTube channel yesterday. It's hilarious, 100% worth a watch. Other than that, you can find me at Jamboree on most things, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, or at Jimaginative on Instagram.
There we go. And Mr. Kapow, our lovely naked key.
Hiya, I am Michael Pow, and you can find me all over the internet on my social media, which is usually at Mr. Kapow, that's MrKapao, or my Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Michael Pow does stuff, because I do a lot of stuff, like my YouTube channel, Fantastic Tales of Adventure. My current streaming schedule right now is, Thursday, I am going to be on the Toyzilla Network for Toyzilla Live at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to talk about toys and collectibles. And then on Friday, I'm going to be on the Johananon channel, where we're going to be playing Modern Age TTRPG, and our game's kind of like Mighty Max meets Stargate SG-1, and a lot of shenanigans is going on right now. And then I'm back here every other Tuesday at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for SpellShots, where I hope we could get Key not dying next game.
Oh, it's fine. It was a flesh wound. You don't have flesh. You're fine.
It's an ooze wound. It's a ooze wound.
Yeah. That sounds way worse. And I have been your DM. I am Jeromy DeChant, also JeromyTV. I do have my own Twitch channel. Thank you to the lovely November Leaves for putting that in the chat. And I do stream about twice a week. I'm currently sponsored. I got the partnership with Diablo going on right now. So if you're trying to get those sweet Diablo drops, you can come and watch my channel for a few hours and get free stuff, or you can gift a sub or two and get a free, or not a free horse, you can get a horse because of that partnership. So special things going on there. And I think my next thing is going to be at Anime Expo, but I'm not doing any panels there. I will just be around. If you're also at Anime Expo and you see me, say hello. And that's it. We will be back in, I believe, 3 weeks with the next episode.
Bye.